Chapter 2 of Sherman's Recollections of California, 1846 to 1848 and 1855 to 1857, from his Memoirs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by David Wales. Sherman's Recollections of California, 1846, 1848, 1855, 1857, from his Memoirs by William Tecumseh Sherman. Chapter 2, Early Recollections of California, 1846 to 1848, Part 1. In the spring of 1846, I was a first lieutenant of Company C-1, 3rd Artillery, stationed at Fort Moultrie, South Carolina. The company was commanded by Captain Robert Anderson. Henry B. Judd was the senior first lieutenant, and I was the junior first lieutenant, and George B. Ayres the second lieutenant. Colonel William Gates commanded the post and regiment, with First Lieutenant William Austin as his adjutant. Two other companies were at the post, viz., Martin Burke's and E. D. Keyes's, and among the officers were T. W. Sherman, Morris Miller, H. B. Field, William Churchill, Joseph Stewart, and Surgeon McLaren. The country now known as Texas had been recently acquired, and war with Mexico was threatening. One of our companies, Bragg's, with George H. Thomas, John F. Reynolds, and Frank Thomas, had gone the year previous and was at that time with General Taylor's army at Corpus Christi, Texas. In that year, 1846, I received the regular detail for recruiting service, with orders to report to the General Superintendent at Governor's Island, New York, and accordingly left Fort Moultrie in the latter part of April, and reported to the superintendent, Colonel R. B. Mason, 1st Dragoons, at New York, on the 1st day of May. I was assigned to the Pittsburgh rendezvous, whither I proceeded and relieved Lieutenant Scott. Early in May I took up my quarters at the St. Charles Hotel, and entered upon the discharge of my duties. There was a regular recruiting station already established, with a sergeant, corporal, and 2 or 3 men, with a citizen physician, Dr. McDowell, to examine the recruits. The threatening war with Mexico made a demand for recruits, and I received authority to open another sub-rendezvous at Zanesville, Ohio, whither I took the sergeant and established him. This was very handy to me, as my home was at Lancaster, Ohio, only 36 miles off, so that I was thus enabled to visit my friends there quite often. In the latter part of May, when at Wheeling, Virginia, on my way back from Zanesville to Pittsburgh, I heard the first news of the Battle of Palo Alto and Resaca de la Palma, which occurred on the 8th and 9th of May, and, in common with everybody else, felt intensely excited. That I should be on recruiting service when my comrades were actually fighting was intolerable, and I hurried on to my post, Pittsburgh. At that time the railroad did not extend west of the Alleghanies, and all journeys were made by stagecoaches. In this instance I traveled from Zanesville to Wheeling, thence to Washington, Pennsylvania, and thence to Pittsburgh by stagecoach. On reaching Pittsburgh, I found many private letters, one from Ord, then a first lieutenant in Company F, 3rd Artillery, at Fort McHenry, Baltimore, saying that his company had just received orders for California, and asking me to apply for it. Without committing myself to that project, I wrote to the Adjutant General, R. Jones, in Washington, D.C., asking him to consider me as an applicant for any active service, and saying that I would willingly forego the recruiting detail, which I well knew plenty of others would jump at. Impatient to approach the scene of active operations, without authority, and I suppose wrongfully, I left my corporal in charge of the rendezvous, and took all the recruits I had made, about 25, in a steamboat to Cincinnati, and turned them over to Major N. C. McCrae, commanding at Newport Barracks. I then reported in Cincinnati to the superintendent of the Western Recruiting Service, Colonel Fanning, an old officer with one arm, who inquired by what authority I had come away from my post. I argued that I took it for granted he wanted all the recruits he could get to forward to the army at Brownsville, Texas, and did not know but that he might want me to go along. Instead of appreciating my volunteer zeal, he cursed and swore at me for leaving my post without orders, and told me to go back to Pittsburgh. I then asked for an order that would entitle me to transportation back, which at first he emphatically refused, but at last he gave the order, and I returned to Pittsburgh, all the way by stage, stopping again at Lancaster, where I attended the wedding of my schoolmate, Mike Effinger, and also visited my sub-rendezvous at Zanesville. R.S. Ewell, of my class, arrived to open a cavalry rendezvous, but finding my depot there, he went on to Columbus, Ohio. Tom Jordan afterward was ordered to Zanesville to take charge of that rendezvous under the General War Department orders increasing the number of recruiting stations. I reached Pittsburgh late in June and found the order relieving me from recruiting service and detailing my classmate, H. B. Field, to my place. I was assigned to Company F, then under orders for California. By private letters from Lieutenant Ord, I heard that the company had already started from Fort McHenry for Governor's Island, New York Harbor, to take passage for California in a naval transport. I worked all that night, made up my accounts current, and turned over the balance of cash to the citizen physician, Dr. McDowell, and also closed my clothing and property returns, leaving blank receipts with the same gentleman for Field's signature, when he should get there, to be forwarded to the Department of Washington, and the duplicates to me. These I did not receive for more than a year. I remember that I got my orders about 8 p.m. one night, and took passage in the boat for Brownsville, the next morning traveled by stage from Brownsville to Cumberland, Maryland, and thence by cars to Baltimore, Philadelphia, and New York, in a great hurry lest the ship might sail without me. I found Company F at Governor's Island, Captain C. Q. Tompkins in command, Lieutenant E. O. C. Ord, Senior First Lieutenant, myself Junior First Lieutenant, Lucien Lerser, and Charles Minor, the Second Lieutenants. The company had been filled up to 100 privates, 12 non-commissioned officers, and 1 ordnance sergeant, Layton, making 113 enlisted men and 5 officers. Dr. James L. Ord had been employed as acting assistant surgeon to accompany the expedition, and Lieutenant H. W. Halleck, of the engineers, was also to go along. The United States store ship Lexington was then preparing at the Navy Yard, Brooklyn, to carry us around Cape Horn to California. She was receiving on board the necessary stores for the long voyage, and for service after our arrival there. Lieutenant Commander Theodorus Bailey was in command of the vessel, Lieutenant William H. Macomb, executive officer, and passed midshipmen Muse, Spots, and J.W.A. Nicholson were the watch officers, Wilson purser, and Abernathy surgeon. The latter was caterer of the mess, and we all made an advance of cash for him to lay in the necessary mess stores. To enable us to prepare for so long a voyage, and for an indefinite sojourn in that far-off country, the War Department had authorized us to draw 6 months' pay in advance, which sum of money we invested in surplus clothing and such other things as seemed to us necessary. At last the ship was ready, and was towed down abreast of Fort Columbus, where we were conveyed on board, and on the 14th of July, 1846, we were towed to sea by a steam tug and cast off. Colonel R. B. Mason, still superintendent of the General Recruiting Service, accompanied us down the bay and out to sea, returning with the tug. A few other friends were of the party, but at last they left us, and we were alone upon the sea, and the sailors were busy with the sails and ropes. The Lexington was an old ship, changed from a sloop of war to a store ship, with an after cabin, a wardroom, and between decks. In the cabin were Captains Bailey and Tompkins, with whom messed the purser, Wilson. In the wardroom were all the other officers, 2 in each stateroom, and Minor, being an extra lieutenant, had to sleep in a hammock slung in the wardroom. Ord and I roomed together, Halleck and Loser and the others were scattered about. The men were arranged in bunks between decks, one set along the sides of the ship, and another, double tier, amidships. The crew were slung in hammocks well forward. Of these there were about 50. We at once subdivided the company into 4 squads, under the 4 lieutenants of the company, and arranged with the naval officers that our men should serve on deck by squads, after the manner of their watches, that the sailors should do all the work aloft, and the soldiers on deck. On fair days we drilled our men at the manual, and generally kept them employed as much as possible, giving great attention to the police and cleanliness of their dress and bunks; and so successful were we in this, that though the voyage lasted nearly 200 days, every man was able to leave the ship and march up the hill to the fort at Monterey, California, carrying his own knapsack and equipments. The voyage from New York to Rio Janeiro was without accident or anything to vary the usual monotony. We soon settled down to the humdrum of a long voyage, reading some, not much, playing games, but never gambling, and chiefly engaged in eating our meals regularly. In crossing the equator we had the usual visit of Neptune and his wife, who, with a large razor and a bucket of soap suds, came over the sides and shaved some of the greenhorns; but naval etiquette exempted the officers, and Neptune was not permitted to come aft of the mizzenmast. At last, after 60 days of absolute monotony, the island of Raza, off Rio Janeiro, was descried, and we slowly entered the harbor, passing a fort on our right hand, from which came a hail, in the Portuguese language, from a huge speaking trumpet, and our officer of the deck answered back in gibberish, according to a well understood custom of the place. Sugarloaf Mountain, on the south of the entrance, is very remarkable and well named, is almost conical, with a slight lean. The man-of-war anchorage is about 5 miles inside the heads, directly in front of the city of Rio Janeiro. Words will not describe the beauty of this perfect harbor, nor the delightful feeling after a long voyage of its fragrant airs, and the entire contrast between all things there and what we had left in New York. We found the United States frigate Columbia anchored there, and after the Lexington was properly moored, nearly all the officers went on shore for sightseeing and enjoyment. We landed at a wharf opposite which was a famous French restaurant, Faru, and after ordering supper we all proceeded to the Rua da Uvador, where most of the shops were, especially those for making feather flowers, as much to see the pretty girls as the flowers, which they so skillfully made. Thence we went to the theater, where, besides some opera, we witnessed the audience and saw the Emperor Dom Pedro and his Empress, the daughter of the King of Sicily. After the theater we went back to the restaurant, where we had an excellent supper with fruits of every variety and excellence, such as we had never seen before, or even knew the names of. Supper being over, we called for the bill, and it was rendered in French, with Brazilian currency. It footed up some 26,000 reis. The figures alarmed us, so we all put on the waiter's plate various coins in gold, which he took to the counter and returned the change, making the total about $16. The milreis is about $1, but being paper money was at a discount, so as only to be worth about 56 cents in coin. The Lexington remained in Rio about a week, during which we visited the palace a few miles in the country, also the Botanic Gardens, a place of infinite interest, with its specimens of tropical fruits, spices, etc., etc., and indeed every place of note. The thing I best recall is a visit Halleck and I made to the Corcovado, a high mountain whence the water is conveyed for the supply of the city. We started to take a walk, and passed along the aqueduct, which approaches the city by a series of arches, thence up the point of the hill to a place known as the Madre, or Fountain, to which all the water that drips from the leaves is conducted by tile gutters, and is carried to the city by an open stone aqueduct. Here we found Mr. Henry A. Wise, of Virginia, the United States Minister to Brazil, and a Mr. Garnett, United States Navy, his intended son-in-law. We had a very interesting conversation, in which Mr. Wise enlarged on the fact that Rio was supplied from the dews of heaven, for in the dry season the water comes from the mists and fogs which hang around the Corcovado, drips from the leaves of the trees, and is conducted to the Madre Fountain by miles of tile gutters. Halleck and I continued our ascent of the mountain, catching from points of the way magnificent views of the scenery round about Rio Janeiro. We reached, near the summit, what was called the Emperor's Coffee Plantation, where we saw coffee berries in their various stages, and the scaffolds on which the berries were dried before being cleaned. The coffee tree reminded me of the red haw tree of Ohio, and the berries were somewhat like those of the same tree, 2 grains of coffee being enclosed in 1 berry. These were dried and cleaned of the husks by hand or by machinery. A short, steep ascent from this place carried us to the summit, from which is beheld one of the most picturesque views on earth. The Organ Mountains to the west and north, the ocean to the east, the city of Rio with its red-tiled houses at our feet, and the entire harbor like a map spread out, with innumerable bright valleys, making up a landscape that cannot be described by mere words. This spot is universally visited by strangers, and has often been described. After enjoying it immeasurably, we returned to the city by another route, tired but amply repaid by our long walk. In due time all had been done that was requisite, and the Lexington put to sea and resumed her voyage. In October we approached Cape Horn. The first land descried was Staten Island, white with snow, and the ship seemed to be aiming for the channel to its west, Straits of La Mer, but her course was changed, and we passed around to the east. In time we saw Cape Horn, an island rounded like an oven, after which it takes its name, Ornos, oven. Here we experienced very rough weather, buffeting about under storm staysails, and spending nearly a month before the wind favored our passage and enabled the course of the ship to be changed for Valparaiso. One day we sailed parallel with a French sloop of war, and it was sublime to watch the 2 ships rising and falling in those long, deep swells of the ocean. All the time we were followed by the usual large flocks of Cape pigeons and albatrosses of every color. The former resemble the common barn pigeon exactly, but are in fact gulls of beautiful and varied colors, mostly dove color. We caught many with fishing lines baited with pork. We also took, in the same way, many albatrosses. The white ones are very large, and their down is equal to that of the swan. At last Cape Horn and its swelling seas were left behind, and we reached Valparaiso in about 60 days from Rio. We anchored in the open roadstead, and spent there about 10 days, visiting all the usual places of interest, its foretop, maintop, mizzentop, etc. Halleck and Ord went up to Santiago, the capital of Chile, some 60 miles inland, but I did not go. Valparaiso did not impress me favorably at all. Seen from the sea, it looked like a long string of houses along the narrow beach, surmounted with red banks of earth, with little verdure and no trees at all. Northward the space widened out somewhat, and gave room for a plaza, but the mass of houses in that quarter were poor. We were there in November, corresponding to our early spring, and we enjoyed the large strawberries which abounded. The Independence frigate, Commodore Shubrick, came in while we were there, having overtaken us, bound also for California. We met there also the sloop of war Levant from California, and from the officers heard of many of the events that had transpired about the time the navy, under Commodore Sloat, had taken possession of the country. All the necessary supplies being renewed in Valparaiso, the voyage was resumed. For nearly 40 days we had uninterrupted favorable winds, being in the trades, and having settled down to sailor habits, time passed without notice. We had brought with us all the books we could find in New York about California, and had read them over and over again: Wilkes's Exploring Expedition, Dana's 2 Years Before the Mast, and Forbes's Account of the Missions. It was generally understood we were bound for Monterey, then the capital of Upper California. We knew, of course, that General Kearney was en route for the same country overland, that Fremont was there with his exploring party, that the navy had already taken possession, and that a regiment of volunteers, Stevenson's, was to follow us from New York. But nevertheless we were impatient to reach our destination. About the middle of January the ship began to approach the California coast, of which the captain was duly cautious, because the English and Spanish charts differed some 15 miles in the longitude, and on all the charts a current of 2 miles an hour was indicated northward along the coast. At last land was made one morning, and here occurred one of those accidents so provoking after a long and tedious voyage. Macomb, the master and regular navigator, had made the correct observations, but Nicholson, during the night, by an observation on the North Star, put the ship some 20 miles farther south than was the case by the regular reckoning, so that Captain Bailey gave directions to alter the course of the ship more to the north, and to follow the coast up, and to keep a good lookout for Point Pinos, that marks the location of Monterey Bay. The usual north wind slackened, so that when noon allowed Macomb to get a good observation, it was found that we were north of Ano Nuevo, the northern headland of Monterey Bay. The ship was put about, but little by little arose one of those southeast storms so common on the coast in winter, and we buffeted about for several days, cursing that unfortunate observation on the North Star, for, on first sighting the coast, had we turned for Monterey instead of away to the north, we would have been snugly anchored before the storm. But the southeaster abated, and the usual northwest wind came out again, and we sailed steadily down into the roadstead of Monterey Bay. This is shaped somewhat like a fishing hook, the barb being the anchor, the point being Point Pinos, the southern headland. Slowly the land came out of the water, the high mountains about Santa Cruz, the low beach of the Saunas, and the strongly marked ridges terminating in the sea in a point of dark pine trees. Then the line of whitewashed houses of adobe, backed by the groves of dark oaks resembling old apple trees, and then we saw 2 vessels anchored close to the town. One was a small merchant brig, and another a large ship, apparently dismasted. At last we saw a boat coming out to meet us, and when it came alongside we were surprised to find Lieutenant Henry Wise, master of the Independence frigate that we had left at Valparaiso. Wise had come off to pilot us to our anchorage. While giving orders to the man at the wheel, he, in his peculiar fluent style, told to us gathered about him that the Independence had sailed from Valparaiso a week after us, and had been in Monterey a week; that the Californians had broken out into an insurrection; that the naval fleet under Commodore Stockton was all down the coast about San Diego; that General Kearney had reached the country, but had had a severe battle at San Pasqual, and had been worsted, losing several officers and men, himself and others wounded; that war was then going on at Los Angeles; that the whole country was full of guerrillas; and that recently at Yerba Buena the alcalde, Lieutenant Bartlett, United States Navy, while out after cattle, had been lassoed, etc., etc. Indeed, in the short space of time that Wise was piloting our ship in, he told us more news than we could have learned on shore in a week, and being unfamiliar with the great distances, we imagined that we should have to debark and begin fighting at once. Swords were brought out, guns oiled and made ready, and everything was in a bustle, when the old Lexington dropped her anchor on January 26, 1847, in Monterey Bay, after a voyage of 198 days from New York. Everything on shore looked bright and beautiful, the hills covered with grass and flowers, the live oaks so serene and homelike, and the low adobe houses with red-tiled roofs and whitened walls contrasted well with the dark pine trees behind, making a decidedly good impression upon us who had come so far to spy out the land. Nothing could be more peaceful in its looks than Monterey in January, 1847. We had already made the acquaintance of Commodore Shubrick and the officers of the Independence in Valparaiso, so that we again met as old friends. Immediate preparations were made for landing, and, as I was quartermaster and commissary, I had plenty to do. There was a small wharf and an adobe custom house in possession of the navy. also a barrack of 2 stories, occupied by some marines, commanded by Lieutenant Maddox, and on a hill to the west of the town had been built a 2-story blockhouse of hewed logs, occupied by a guard of sailors under command of Lieutenant Baldwin, United States Navy. Not a single modern wagon or cart was to be had in Monterey, nothing but the old Mexican cart with wooden wheels, drawn by 2 or 3 pairs of oxen, yoked by the horns. A man named Tom Cole had 2 or more of these, and he came into immediate requisition. The United States consul and most prominent man there at the time was Thomas O. Larkin, who had a store and a pretty good 2-story house occupied by his family. It was soon determined that our company was to land and encamp on the hill at the blockhouse, and we were also to have possession of the warehouse or custom house for storage. The company was landed on the wharf, and we all marched in full dress, with knapsacks and arms, to the hill, and relieved the guard under Lieutenant Baldwin. Tents and camp equipage were hauled up, and soon the camp was established. I remained in a room at the custom house, where I could superintend the landing of the stores and their proper distribution. I had brought out from New York $20,000 commissary funds and $8,000 quartermaster funds, and as the ship contained about 6 months' supply of provisions, also a sawmill, grist mill, and almost everything needed, we were soon established comfortably. We found the people of Monterey a mixed set of Americans, native Mexicans, and Indians, about 1,000 all told. They were kind and pleasant, and seemed to have nothing to do, except such as owned ranches in the country for the rearing of horses and cattle. Horses could be bought at any price from $4 up to $16, but no horse was ever valued above a doubloon or Mexican ounce, $16. Cattle cost $8.50 for the best, and this made beef net about 2 cents a pound, but at that time nobody bought beef by the pound, but by the carcass. Game of all kinds, elk, deer, wild geese, and ducks, was abundant, but coffee, sugar, and small stores were rare and costly. There were some half-dozen shops or stores, but their shelves were empty. The people were very fond of riding, dancing, and of shows of any kind. The young fellows took great delight in showing off their horsemanship, and would dash along, picking up a $half from the ground, stop their horses in full career, and turn about on the space of a bullock's hide, and their skill with the lasso was certainly wonderful. At full speed they could cast their lasso about the horns of a bull, or so throw it as to catch any particular foot. These fellows would work all day on horseback in driving cattle or catching wild horses for a mere nothing, but all the money offered would not have hired one of them to walk a mile. The girls were very fond of dancing, and they did dance gracefully and well. Every Sunday, regularly, we had a baile, or dance, and sometimes interspersed through the week. I remember very well, soon after our arrival, that we were all invited to witness a play called Adam and Eve. Eve was personated by a pretty young girl known as Dolores Gomez, who, however, was dressed very unlike Eve, for she was covered with a petticoat and spangles. Adam was personated by her brother, the same who has since become somewhat famous as the person on whom is founded the McGarren claim. God Almighty was personated, and heaven's occupants seemed very human. Yet the play was pretty, interesting, and elicited universal applause. All the month of February we were by day preparing for our long stay in the country, and at night making the most of the balls and parties of the most primitive kind, picking up a smattering of Spanish, and extending our acquaintance with the people and the costumbres del país. I can well recall that Ord and I, impatient to look inland, got permission and started for the mission of San Juan Bautista. Mounted on horses and with our carbines, we took the road by El Toro, quite a prominent hill, around which passes the road to the south, following the Saunas or Monterey River. After about 20 miles over a sandy country covered with oak bushes and scrub, we entered quite a pretty valley, in which there was a ranch at the foot of the Toro. Resting there a while and getting some information, we again started in the direction of a mountain to the north of the Saunas, called the Javiano. It was quite dark when we reached the Saunas River, which we attempted to pass at several points, but found it full of water, and the quicksands were bad. Hearing the bark of a dog, we changed our course in that direction, and on hailing were answered by voices which directed us where to cross. Our knowledge of the language was limited, but we managed to understand, and to founder through the sand and water, and reached a small adobe house on the banks of the Salinas, where we spent the night. The house was a single room, without floor or glass, only a rude door and window with bars. Not a particle of food but meat, yet the man and woman entertained us with the language of lords, put themselves, their house, and everything at our disposition, and made little barefoot children dance for our entertainment. We made our supper of beef and slept on a bullock's hide on the dirt floor. In the morning we crossed the Salinas Plain, about 15 miles of level ground, taking a shot occasionally at wild geese, which abounded there, and entered the well-wooded valley that comes out from the foot of the Javiano. We had cruised about all day, and it was almost dark when we reached the house of a Senor Gomez, father of those who at Monterey had performed the parts of Adam and Eve. His house was a 2-story adobe, and had a fence in front. It was situated well up among the foothills of the Javiano, and could not be seen until within a few yards. We hitched our horses to the fence and went in just as Gomez was about to sit down to a tempting supper of stewed hare and tortillas. We were officers and caballeros, and could not be ignored. After turning our horses to grass at his invitation, we joined him at supper. The allowance, though ample for one, was rather short for 3, and I thought the Spanish grandiloquent politeness of Gomez, who was fat and old, was not over cordial. However, down we sat, and I was helped to a dish of rabbit, with what I thought to be an abundant sauce of tomato. Taking a good mouthful, I felt as though I had taken liquid fire. The tomato was chili colorado, or red pepper, of the purest kind. It nearly killed me, and I saw Gomez's eyes twinkle, for he saw that his share of supper was increased. I contented myself with bits of the meat and an abundant supply of tortillas. Ord was better case-hardened, and stood it better. We stayed at Gomez's that night, sleeping, as all did, on the ground, and the next morning we crossed the hill by the bridle path to the old mission of San Juan Bautista. The mission was in a beautiful valley, very level, and bounded on all sides by hills. The plain was covered with wild grasses and mustard, and had abundant water. Cattle and horses were seen in all directions, and it was manifest that the priests who first occupied the country were good judges of land. It was Sunday, and all the people, about 100, had come to church from the country round about. Ord was somewhat of a Catholic, and entered the church with his clanking spurs, and kneeled down, attracting the attention of all, for he had on the uniform of an American officer. As soon as church was out, all rushed to the various sports. I saw the priest, with his gray robes tucked up, playing at billiards, others were cock-fighting, and some at horse-racing. My horse had become lame, and I resolved to buy another. As soon as it was known that I wanted a horse, several came for me and displayed their horses by dashing past and hauling them up short. There was a fine black stallion that attracted my notice, and after trying him myself, I concluded a purchase. I left with the seller my own lame horse, which he was to bring to me at Monterey, when I was to pay him $10 for the other. The mission of San Juan bore the marks of high prosperity at a former period, and had a good pear orchard just under the plateau where stood the church. After spending the day, Ord and I returned to Monterey, about 35 miles, by a shorter route. Thus passed the month of February, and though there were no mails or regular expresses, we heard occasionally from Yerba Buena and Sutter's Fort to the north, and from the Army and Navy about Los Angeles at the south. We also knew that a quarrel had grown up at Los Angeles between General Kearney, Colonel Fremont, and Commodore Stockton as to the right to control affairs in California. Kearny had with him only the fragments of the 2 companies of dragoons which had come across from New Mexico with him, and had been handled very roughly by Don Andreas Pico at San Pasqual, in which engagement Captains Moore and Johnson and Lieutenant Hammond were killed, and Kearny himself wounded. There remained with him Colonel Swords, quartermaster, Captain H. S. Turner, 1st Dragoons, Captains Emery and Warner, topographical engineers, Assistant Surgeon Griffin, and Lieutenant J. W. Davidson. Fremont had marched down from the north with a battalion of volunteers. Commodore Stockton had marched up from San Diego to Los Angeles with General Kearny, his dragoons, and a battalion of sailors and marines, and was soon joined there by Fremont, and they jointly received the surrender of the insurgents under Andreas Pico. We also knew that General R. B. Mason had been ordered to California, that Colonel John D. Stevenson was coming out to California with a regiment of New York volunteers, that Commodore Shubrick had orders also from the Navy Department to control matters afloat, that General Kearny, by virtue of his rank, had the right to control all the land forces in the service of the United States, and that Fremont claimed the same right by virtue of a letter he had received from Colonel Benton, then a senator and a man of great influence with Polk's administration; so that among the younger officers the query was very natural, "Who the devil is Governor of California?" One day I was on board the Independence frigate, dining with the wardroom officers, when a war vessel was reported in the offing, which in due time was made out to be the Cyane, Captain Dupont. After dinner we were all on deck to watch the new arrival, the ships meanwhile exchanging signals, which were interpreted that General Kearny was on board. As the Cyane approached, a boat was sent to meet her, with Commodore Shubrick's flag officer, Lieutenant Lewis, to carry the usual messages, and to invite General Kearny to come on board the Independence as the guest of Commodore Shubrick. Quite a number of officers were on deck, among them Lieutenants Wise, Montgomery, Lewis, William Chapman, and others, noted wits and wags of the navy. In due time the Cyane anchored close by, and our boat was seen returning with a stranger in the stern sheets, clothed in army blue. As the boat came nearer, we saw that it was General Kearny, with an old dragoon coat on, and an army cap, to which the general had added the broad visor, cut from a full-dress hat, to shade his face and eyes against the glaring sun of the Gila region. Chapman exclaimed, "Fellows, the problem is solved. There is the Grand Vizier (visor). By God, he is Governor of California." All hands received the general with great heartiness, and he soon passed out of our sight into the Commodore's cabin. Between Commodore Shubrick and General Kearny existed from that time forward the greatest harmony and good feeling, and no further trouble existed as to the controlling power on the Pacific coast. General Kearny had dispatched from San Diego his quartermaster, Colonel Swords, to the Sandwich Islands, to purchase clothing and stores for his men, and had come up to Monterey, bringing with him Turner and Warner, leaving Emery and the company of dragoons below. He was delighted to find a full, strong company of artillery, subject to his orders, well supplied with clothing and money in all respects, and much to the disgust of our Captain Tompkins, he took half of his company clothing and part of the money held by me for the relief of his worn-out and almost naked dragoons left behind at Los Angeles. In a few days he moved on shore, took up his quarters at Larkin's house, and established his headquarters, with Captain Turner as his adjutant general. One day Turner and Warner were at my tent, and seeing a store bag full of socks, drawers, and calico shirts, of which I had laid in a 3-year supply, and of which they had none, made known to me their wants, and I told them to help themselves, which Turner and Warner did. The latter, however, insisted on paying me the cost, and from that date to this Turner and I have been close friends. Warner, poor fellow, was afterward killed by Indians. Things gradually came into shape, a semi-monthly courier line was established from Yerba Buena to San Diego, and we were thus enabled to keep pace with events throughout the country. In March, Stevenson's regiment arrived. Colonel Mason also arrived by sea from Callao in the store ship Erie. and P. St. George Cook's battalion of Mormons reached San Luis Rey. A. J. Smith and George Stoneman were with him, and were assigned to the company of dragoons at Los Angeles. All these troops and the Navy regarded General Kearney as the rightful commander, though Fremont still remained at Los Angeles, styling himself as governor, issuing orders, and holding his battalion of California volunteers in apparent defiance of General Kearney. Colonel Mason and Major Turner were sent down by sea with a paymaster, with muster rolls and orders to muster this battalion into the service of the United States, to pay and then to muster them out. But on their reaching Los Angeles, Fremont would not consent to it, and the controversy became so angry that a challenge was believed to have passed between Mason and Fremont, but the duel never came about. Turner rode up by land in 4 or 5 days, and Fremont, becoming alarmed, followed him, as we supposed, to overtake him, but he did not succeed. On Fremont's arrival at Monterey, we camped in a tent about a mile out of town, and called on General Kearney, and it was reported that the latter threatened him very severely, and ordered him back to Los Angeles immediately, to disband his volunteers, and to cease the exercise of authority of any kind in the country. Feeling a natural curiosity to see Fremont, who was then quite famous by reason of his recent explorations and the still more recent conflicts with Kearney and Mason, I rode out to his camp, and found him in a conical tent with one Captain Owens, who was a mountaineer, trapper, etc., but originally from Zanesville, Ohio. I spent an hour or so with Fremont in his tent, took some tea with him, and left without being much impressed with him. In due time Colonel Swords returned from the Sandwich Islands and relieved me as quartermaster. Captain William G. Marcy, son of the Secretary of War, had also come out in one of Stevenson's ships as an assistant commissary of subsistence, and was stationed at Monterey, and relieved me as commissary, so that I reverted to the condition of a company officer. While acting as a staff officer, I had lived at the Custom House in Monterey, but when relieved I took a tent in line with the other company officers on the hill, where we had a mess. Stevenson's regiment reached San Francisco Bay early in March, 1847. 3 companies were stationed at the Presidio under Major James A. Hardier, 1 company (brackets) at Sonoma, 3 under Colonel Stevenson at Monterey, and 3 under Lieutenant Colonel Burton at Santa Barbara. One day I was down at the headquarters at Larkin's Horse, when General Kearney remarked to me that he was going down to Los Angeles in the ship Lexington, and wanted me to go along as his aide. Of course this was most agreeable to me. 2 of Stevenson's companies, with the headquarters and the colonel, were to go also. They embarked, and early in May we sailed for San Pedro. Before embarking, the United States line of battle ship Columbus had reached the coast from China with Commodore Biddle, whose rank gave him the supreme command of the navy on the coast. He was busy in calling in, lassoing, from the land service the various naval officers who under Stockton had been doing all sorts of military and civil service on shore. Knowing that I was to go down the coast with General Kearney, he sent for me and handed me 2 unsealed parcels addressed to Lieutenant Wilson, United States Navy, and Major Gillespie, United States Marines, at Los Angeles. These were written orders pretty much in these words: "On receipt of this order, you will repair at once on board the United States ship Lexington at San Pedro, and on reaching Monterey you will report to the undersigned, James Biddle." Of course I executed my part to the letter, and these officers were duly lassoed. We sailed down the coast with a fair wind, and anchored inside the Kelp, abreast of Johnson's house. Messages were forthwith dispatched up to Los Angeles, 20 miles off, and preparations for horses made for us to ride up. We landed, and as Kearney held to my arm in ascending the steep path up the bluff, he remarked to himself, rather than to me, that it was strange that Fremont did not want to return north by the Lexington on account of seasickness, but preferred to go by land, over 500 miles. The younger officers had been discussing what the general would do with Fremont, who was supposed to be in a state of mutiny. Some thought he would be tried and shot, some that he would be carried back in irons, and all agreed that if any one else than Fremont had put on such airs and had acted as he had done, Kearney would have shown him no mercy, for he was regarded as the strictest sort of a disciplinarian. We had a pleasant ride across the plain which lies between the seashore and Los Angeles, which we reached in about 3 hours, the infantry following on foot. We found Colonel P. St. George Cook living at the house of a Mr. Pryor, and the company of dragoons, with A. J. Smith, Davidson, Stoneman, and Dr. Griffin, quartered in an adobe house close by. Fremont held his court in the only 2-story frame house in the place. After some time spent at Pryor's house, General Kearney ordered me to call on Fremont to notify him of his arrival, and that he desired to see him. I walked round to the house which had been pointed out to me as his, inquired of a man at the door if the colonel was in, was answered yea, and was conducted to a large room on the 2nd floor, where very soon Fremont came in, and I delivered my message. As I was on the point of leaving, he inquired where I was going to, and I answered that I was going back to Pryor's house, where the general was, when he remarked that if I would wait a moment he would go along. Of course I waited, and he soon joined me, dressed much as a Californian, with the peculiar high, broad-brimmed hat, with a fancy cord, and we walked together back to Pryor's, where I left him with General Kearney. We spent several days very pleasantly at Los Angeles, then as now the chief pueblo of the South, famous for its grape, fruits, and wines. There was a hill close by to the town, from which we had a perfect view of the place. The surrounding country is level, utterly devoid of trees, except the willows and cottonwoods that line the Los Angeles Creek, and the acequias, or ditches, which lead from it. The space of ground cultivated in vineyards seemed about 5 miles by 1, embracing the town. Every house had its enclosure of vineyard, which resembled a miniature orchard, the vines being very old, ranged in rows, trimmed very close, with irrigating ditches so arranged that a stream of water could be diverted between each row of vines. The Los Angeles and San Gabriel rivers are fed by melting snows from a range of mountains to the east, and the quantity of cultivated land depends upon the amount of water. This did not seem to be very large, but the San Gabriel River, close by, was represented to contain a large volume of water, affording the means of greatly enlarging the space for cultivation. The climate was so moderate that oranges, figs, pomegranates, etc., were generally to be found in every yard or inclosure. At the time of our visit, General Kearney was making his preparations to return overland to the United States, and he arranged to secure a volunteer escort out of the battalion of Mormons that was then stationed at San Luis Rey, under Colonel Cook, and a Major Hunt. This battalion was only enlisted for 1 year, and the time for their discharge was approaching, and it was generally understood that the majority of the men wanted to be discharged so as to join the Mormons, who had halted at Salt Lake, but a lieutenant and about 40 men volunteered to return to Missouri as the escort of General Kearney. These were mounted on mules and horses, and I was appointed to conduct them to Monterey by land. Leaving the party at Los Angeles to follow by sea in the Lexington, I started with the Mormon detachment and traveled by land. We averaged about 30 miles a day, stopped one day at Santa Barbara, where I saw Colonel Burton, and so on by the usually traveled road to Monterey, reaching it in about 15 days, arriving some days in advance of the Lexington. This gave me the best kind of opportunity for seeing the country, which was very sparsely populated, indeed, except by a few families at the various missions. We had no wheeled vehicles, but packed our food and clothing on mules driven ahead, and we slept on the ground in the open air, the rainy season having passed. Fremont followed me by land in a few days, and by the end of May General Kearney was already at Monterey to take his departure, leaving to succeed him in command Colonel R. B. Mason, 1st Dragoons. Our captain, Tompkins, too, had become discontented at his separation from his family, tendered his resignation to General Kearney, and availed himself of a sailing vessel bound for Callao to reach the East. Colonel Mason selected me as his adjutant general, and on the very last day of May General Kearney, with his Mormon escort, with Colonel Cook, Colonel Swords, quartermaster, Captain Turner, and a naval officer, Captain Radford, took his departure for the East overland, leaving us in full possession of California and its fate. Fremont also left California with General Kearney, and with him departed all cause of confusion and disorder in the country. From that time forth no one could dispute the authority of Colonel Mason as in command of all the United States forces on shore, while the senior naval officer had a like control afloat. This was Commodore James Biddle, who had reached the station from China in the Columbus, and he in turn was succeeded by Commodore T. Ap Gatsby Jones in the line of battle ship Ohio. At that time Monterey was our headquarters, and the naval commander for a time remained there, but subsequently San Francisco Bay became the chief naval rendezvous. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Sherman's Recollections of California, 1846 to 1848, 1855 to 1857, from his Memoirs, by William Tecumseh Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Early Recollections of California, 1846-1848, Part 2. Colonel R.B. Mason, 1st Dragoons, was an officer of great experience, of stern character, deemed by some harsh and severe, but in all my intercourse with him he was kind and agreeable. He had a large fund of good sense, and during our long period of service together I enjoyed his unlimited confidence. He had been in his day a splendid shot and hunter, and often entertained me with characteristic anecdotes of Taylor, Twiggs, Worth, Harvey, Martin, Scott, etc., etc., who were then in Mexico gaining a national fame. California had settled down to a condition of absolute repose, and we naturally repined at our fate in being so remote from the war in Mexico, where our comrades were reaping large honors. Mason dwelt in a house not far from the Custom House, with Captain Lanman, United States Navy. I had a small adobe house back of Larkin's. Halleck and Dr. Murray had a small log house not far off. The company of artillery was still on the hill, under the command of Lieutenant Ord, engaged in building a fort whereon to mount the guns we had brought out in the Lexington, and also in constructing quarters out of hewn pine logs for the men. Lieutenant Minor, a very clever young officer, had taken violently sick, and died about the time I got back from Los Angeles, leaving Lieutenants Ord and Lerser alone with the company, with Assistant Surgeon Robert Murray. Captain William G. Marcy was the quartermaster and commissary. Nagley's company of Stevenson's regiment had been mounted, and was sent out against the Indians in the San Joaquin Valley, and Shannon's company occupied the barracks. Shortly after General Kearney had gone East, we found an order of his on record, removing one Mr. Nash, the alcalde of Sonoma, and appointing to his place ex-Governor L. W. Boggs. A letter came to Colonel and Governor Mason from Boggs, whom he had personally known in Missouri, complaining that though he had been appointed alcalde, the then incumbent Nash utterly denied Kearney's right to remove him, because he had been elected by the people under the proclamation of Commodore Sloat, and refused to surrender his office or to account for his acts as alcalde. Such a proclamation had been made by Commodore Sloat shortly after the first occupation of California, announcing that the people were free and enlightened American citizens, entitled to all the rights and privileges as such, and among them the right to elect their own officers, etc. The people of Sonoma town and valley, some 40 or 50 immigrants from the United States, and very few native Californians, had elected Mr. Nash, and, as stated, he refused to recognize the right of a mere military commander to eject him and to appoint another to his place. Neither General Kearney nor Mason had much respect for this land of buncombe, but assumed the true doctrine that California was yet a Mexican province, held by right of conquest, that the military commander was held responsible to the country, and that the province should be held in statu quo until a treaty of peace. This letter of Boggs was therefore referred to Captain Brackett, whose company was stationed at Sonoma, with orders to notify Nash that Boggs was the rightful alcalde; that he must quietly surrender his office, with the books and records thereof, and that he must account for any moneys received from the sale of town lots, etc., etc., and in the event of refusal he, Captain Brackett, must compel him by the use of force. In due time we got Brackett's answer, saying that the little community of Sonoma was in a dangerous state of effervescence caused by his orders; that Nash was backed by most of the Americans there, who had come across from Missouri with American ideas; that as he, Brackett, was a volunteer officer, likely to be soon discharged, and as he designed to settle there, he asked in consequence to be excused from the execution of this, to him, unpleasant duty. Such a request, coming to an old soldier like Colonel Mason, aroused his wrath, and he would have proceeded roughshod against Brackett, who, by the way, was a West Point graduate, and ought to have known better. But I suggested to the colonel that, the case being a test one, he had better send me up to Sonoma, and I would settle it quick enough. He then gave me an order to go to Sonoma to carry out the instructions already given to Brackett. I took one soldier with me, Private Barnes, with 4 horses, 2 of which we rode, and the other 2 we drove ahead. The first day we reached Gilroy's, and camped by a stream near 3 or 4 adobe huts, known as Gilroy's Ranch. The next day we passed Murphy's, San Jose, and Santa Clara Mission, camping some 4 miles beyond, where a kind of hole had been dug in the ground for water. The whole of this distance, now so beautifully improved and settled, was then scarcely occupied, except by poor ranches producing horses and cattle. The pueblo of San Jose was a string of low adobe houses festooned with red peppers and garlic, and the Mission of Santa Clara was a dilapidated concern, with its church and orchard. The long line of poplar trees lining the road from San Jose to Santa Clara bespoke a former period when the priests had ruled the land. Just about dark I was lying on the ground near the well, and my soldier Barnes had watered our horses and picketed them to grass, when we heard a horse crashing his way through the high mustard bushes which filled the plain, and soon a man came to us to inquire if we had seen a saddle horse pass up the road. We explained to him what we had heard, and he went off in pursuit of his horse. Before dark he came back unsuccessful, and gave his name as Bidwell, the same gentleman who has since been a member of Congress, who is married to Miss Kennedy, of Washington City, and now lives in princely style at Chico, California. He explained that he was a surveyor, and had been in the lower country engaged in surveying land; that the horse had escaped him with his saddlebags containing all his notes and papers, and some $600 in money, all the money he had earned. He spent the night with us on the ground, and the next morning we left him there to continue the search for his horse, and I afterward heard that he had found his saddlebags all right, but never recovered the horse. The next day, toward night, we approached the Mission of San Francisco and the village of Yerba Buena, tired and weary, the wind as usual blowing a perfect hurricane, and a more desolate region it was impossible to conceive of. Leaving Barnes to work his way into the town as best he could with the tired animals, I took the freshest horse and rode forward. I fell in with Lieutenant Fabius Stanley, United States Navy, and we rode into Yerba Buena together about an hour before sundown, there being nothing but a path from the Mission into the town, deep and heavy with drift sand. My horse could hardly drag one foot after the other when we reached the old Hudson Bay Company's house, which was then the store of Howard and Mellis. There I learned where Captain Folsom, the quartermaster, was to be found. He was staying with a family of the name of Grimes, who had a small horse back of Howard's store, which must have been near where Sacramento Street now crosses Kearney. Folsom was a classmate of mine, had come out with Stevenson's regiment as quartermaster, and was at the time the chief quartermaster of the department. His office was in the old custom house standing at the northwest corner of the plaza. He had hired 2 warehouses, the only ones there at the time, of one Leedsdorf, the principal man of Yerba Buena, who also owned the only public house or tavern, called the City Hotel, on Kearney Street, at the southeast corner of the plaza. I stopped with Folsom at Mrs. Grimes', and he sent my horse, as also the other 3, when Barnes had got in after dark, to a corral where he had a little barley, but no hay. At that time nobody fed a horse, but he was usually turned out to pick such scanty grass as he could find on the side hills. The few government horses used in town were usually sent out to the Presidio, where the grass was somewhat better. At that time, July, 1847, what is now called San Francisco was called Yerba Buena. A naval officer, Lieutenant Washington A. Bartlett, its first alcalde, had caused it to be surveyed and laid out into blocks and lots, which were being sold at $16 a lot of 50 veras square, the understanding being that no single person could purchase of the alcalde more than 1 in lot of 50 varas and 1 out lot of 100 varas. Folsom, however, had got his clerks, orderlies, etc., to buy lots, and they, for a small consideration, conveyed them to him, so that he was nominally the owner of a good many lots. Lieutenant Halleck had bought 1 of each kind, and so had Warner. Many naval officers had also invested, and Captain Folsom advised me to buy some, but I felt actually insulted that he should think me such a fool as to pay money for property in such a horrid place as Yerba Buena, especially ridiculing his quarter of the city, then called Happy Valley. At that day Montgomery Street was, as now, the business street extending from Jackson to Sacramento, the water of the bay leaving barely room for a few houses on its east side, and the public warehouses were on a sandy beach about where the Bank of California now stands, viz., near the intersection of Sampson and California Streets. Along Montgomery Street were the stores of Howard and Mellis, Frank Ward, Sherman and Ruckle, Ross and Company, and it may be 1 or 2 others. Around the plaza were a few houses, among them the City Hotel and the Custom House, single-story adobes with tiled roofs, and they were by far the most substantial and best houses in the place. The population was estimated at about 400, of whom Kanakas, natives of the Sandwich Islands, formed the bulk. At the foot of Clay Street was a small wharf, which small boats could reach at high tide, but the principal landing place was where some stones had fallen into the water, about where Broadway now intersects Battery Street. On the steep bluff above had been excavated by the Navy, during the year before, a bench wherein were mounted a couple of navy guns, styled the Battery, which I suppose gave name to the street. I explained to Folsom the object of my visit, and learned from him that he had no boat in which to send me to Sonoma, and that the only chance to get there was to borrow a boat from the Navy. The line of battle ship Columbus was then lying at anchor off the town, and he said if I would get up early the next morning I could go off to her in one of the market boats. Accordingly, I was up bright and early, down at the wharf, found a boat, and went off to the Columbus to see Commodore Biddle. On reaching the ship and stating to the officer of the deck my business, I was shown into the Commodore's cabin, and soon made known to him my object. Biddle was a small-sized man, but vivacious in the extreme. He had a perfect contempt for all humbug, and at once entered into the business with extreme alacrity. I was somewhat amused at the importance he attached to the step. He had a chaplain and a private secretary in a small room latticed off from his cabin, and he first called on them to go out, and when we were alone he enlarged upon the folly of Sloat's proclamation, giving the people the right to elect their own officers, and commended Kearney and Mason for nipping that idea in the bud and keeping the power in their own hands. He then sent for the first lieutenant, Drayton, and inquired if there were among the officers on board any who had ever been in the Upper Bay, and learning that there was a midshipman, Whitaker, He was sent for. It so happened that this midshipman had been on a frolic on shore a few nights before, and was accordingly much frightened when summoned into the commodore's presence; but as soon as he was questioned as to his knowledge of the bay, he was sensibly relieved, and professed to know everything about it. Accordingly, the long boat was ordered with this midshipman and 8 sailors, prepared with water and provisions for several days' absence. Biddle then asked me if I knew any of his own officers, and which one of them I would prefer to accompany me. I knew most of them, and we settled down on Louis McLane. He was sent for, and it was settled that McLane and I were to conduct this important mission, and the commodore enjoined on us complete secrecy, so as to insure success, and he especially cautioned us against being pumped by his wardroom officers Chapman, Lewis, Wise, etc. while on board his ship. With this injunction I was dismissed to the wardroom, where I found Chapman, Lewis, and Wise dreadfully exercised at our profound secrecy. The fact that McLane and I had been closeted with the commodore for an hour, that orders for the boat and stores had been made, that the chaplain and clerk had been sent out of the cabin, etc., etc., all excited their curiosity, but McLane and I kept our secret well. The general impression was that we had some knowledge about the fate of Captain Montgomery's 2 sons and the crew that had been lost the year before. In 1846 Captain Montgomery commanded at Yerba Buena on board the St. Mary, sloop of war, and he had a detachment of men stationed up at Sonoma. Occasionally a boat was sent up with provisions or intelligence to them. Montgomery had 2 sons on board his ship, one a midshipman, the other his secretary. Having occasion to send some money up to Sonoma, he sent his 2 sons with a good boat and crew. The boat started with a strong breeze and a very large sail, was watched from the deck until she was out of sight, and has never been heard of since. There was, of course, much speculation as to their fate, some contending that the boat must have been capsized in San Pablo Bay, and that all were lost; others contending that the crew had murdered the officers for the money, and then escaped. But, so far as I know, not a man of that crew has ever been seen or heard of since. When at last the boat was ready for us, we started, leaving all hands, save the commodore, impressed with the belief that we were going on some errand connected with the loss of the missing boat and crew of the St. Mary. We sailed directly north, up the bay and across San Pablo, reaching the mouth of Sonoma Creek about dark, and during the night worked up the creek some 12 miles, by means of the tide, to a landing called the Embarcadero. To maintain the secrecy which the commodore had enjoined on us, McLane and I agreed to keep up the delusion by pretending to be on a marketing expedition to pick up chickens, pigs, etc., for the mess of the Columbus, soon to depart for home. Leaving the midshipmen and 4 sailors to guard the boat, we started on foot with the other 4 for Sonoma town, which we soon reached. It was a simple open square, around which were some adobe houses, that of General Vallejo occupying one side. On another was an unfinished 2-story adobe building, occupied as a barracks by Bracken's company. We soon found Captain Brackett, and I told him that I intended to take Nash a prisoner and convey him back to Monterey to answer for his mutinous behavior. I got an old sergeant of his company, whom I had known in the 3rd Artillery, quietly to ascertain the whereabouts of Nash, who was a bachelor, stopping with the family of a lawyer named Green. The sergeant soon returned, saying that Nash had gone over to Napa, but would be back that evening. So McLane and I went up to a farm of some pretensions, occupied by one Andreas Hübner, with a pretty Sitka wife, who lived a couple of miles above Sonoma, and we bought of him some chickens, pigs, etc. We then visited Governor Boggs' family and that of General Vallejo, who was then, as now, one of the most prominent and influential natives of California. About dark I learned that Nash had come back, and then, giving Brackett orders to have a cart ready at the corner of the plaza, McLane and I went to the house of Green. Posting an armed sailor on each side of the house, we knocked at the door and walked in. We found Green, Nash, and 2 women at supper. I inquired if Nash were in, and was first answered no, but one of the women soon pointed to him, and he rose. We were armed with pistols, and the family was evidently alarmed. I walked up to him, took his arm, and told him to come along with me. He asked me where, and I said Monterey. Why? I would explain that more at leisure. Green put himself between me and the door, and demanded in theatrical style why I dared arrest a peaceable citizen in his house. I simply pointed to my pistol and told him to get out of the way, which he did. Nash asked to get some clothing, but I told him he would want for nothing. We passed out, Green following us with loud words, which brought the 4 sailors to the front door, when I told him to hush up, or I would take him prisoner also. About that time one of the sailors, handling his pistol carelessly, discharged it, and Green disappeared very suddenly. We took Nash to the cart, put him in, and proceeded back to our boat. The next morning we were gone. Nash being out of the way, Boggs entered on his office, and the right to appoint or remove from civil office was never again questioned in California during the military regime. Nash was an old man, and was very much alarmed for his personal safety. He had come across the plains, and had never yet seen the sea. While on our way down the bay, I explained fully to him the state of things in California, and he admitted he had never looked on it in that light before, and professed a willingness to surrender his office. But having gone so far, I thought it best to take him to Monterey. On our way down the bay the wind was so strong, as we approached the Columbus, that we had to take refuge behind Yerba Buena Island, then called Goat Island, where we landed, and I killed a gray seal. The next morning, the wind being comparatively light, we got out and worked our way up the Columbus, where I left my prisoner on board, and went on shore to find Commodore Biddle, who had gone to dine with Frank Ward. I found him there, and committed Nash to his charge, with the request that he would send him down to Monterey, which he did in the sloop of war Dale, Captain Selfridge commanding. I then returned to Monterey by land, and when the Dale arrived, Colonel Mason and I went on board, found poor old Mr. Nash half dead with seasickness and fear, lest Colonel Mason would treat him with extreme military rigor. But, on the contrary, the colonel spoke to him kindly, released him as a prisoner on his promise to go back to Sonoma, surrender his office to Boggs, and account to him for his acts while in office. He afterward came on shore, was provided with clothing and a horse, returned to Sonoma, and I have never seen him since. Matters and things settled down in Upper California, and all moved along with peace and harmony. The war still continued in Mexico, and the navy authorities resolved to employ their time with the capture of Mazatlan and Guaymas. Lower California had already been occupied by 2 companies of Stevenson's regiment, under Lieutenant Colonel Burton, who had taken post at La Paz, and a small party of sailors was on shore at San Josef, near Cape San Lucas, detached from the Lexington, Lieutenant Commander Bailey. The orders for this occupation were made by General Kearney before he left, in pursuance of instructions from the War Department, merely to subserve a political end, for there were few or no people in Lower California, which is a miserable, wretched, dried-up peninsula. I remember the proclamation made by Burton and Captain Bailey in taking possession, which was in the usual florid style. Bailey signed his name as the senior naval officer at the station, but as it was necessary to put it into Spanish to reach the inhabitants of the newly acquired country, it was interpreted "el más antiguo de todos los oficiales de la Marina," etc., which literally is "the most ancient of all the naval officers," etc., a translation at which we made some fun. The expedition to Mazatlan was, however, for a different purpose, viz., to get possession of the ports of Mazatlan and Guaymas as a part of the war against Mexico, and not for permanent conquest. Commodore Shubrick commanded this expedition, and took Halleck along as his engineer officer. They captured Mazatlan and Guaymas, and then called on Colonel Mason to send soldiers down to hold possession, but he had none to spare, and it was found impossible to raise other volunteers either in California or Oregon, and the navy held these places by detachments of sailors and marines till the end of the war. Burton also called for reinforcements, and Nagley's company was sent to him from Monterey, and these three companies occupied Lower California at the end of the Mexican War. Major Hardee still commanded at San Francisco and above. Company F, Third Artillery, and Shannon's company of volunteers were at Monterey. Lippett's company at Santa Barbara, Colonel Stevenson, with one company of his regiment, and the company of the First Dragoons, was at Los Angeles, and a company of Mormons, reenlisted out of the Mormon Battalion, garrisoned San Diego. And thus matters went along throughout 1847 into 1848. I had occasion to make several trips to Yerba Buena and back, and in the spring of 1848 Colonel Mason and I went down to Santa Barbara in the sloop of war Dale. I spent much time in hunting deer and bear in the mountain back of the Carmel Mission, and ducks and geese in the plains of the Salinas. As soon as the fall rains set in, the young oats would sprout up, and myriads of ducks, brant, and geese made their appearance. In a single day, or rather in the evening of one day and the morning of the next, I could load a pack mule with geese and ducks. They had grown somewhat wild from the increased number of hunters, yet, by marking well the place where a flock lighted, I could, by taking advantage of gullies or the shape of the ground, creep up within range, and giving one barrel on the ground and the other as they arose, I have secured as many as 9 at one discharge. Colonel Mason on one occasion killed 11 geese by one discharge of small shot. The seasons in California are well marked. About October and November the rains begin, and the whole country, plains and mountains, become covered with bright green grass, with endless flowers. The intervals between the rains give the finest weather possible. These rains are less frequent in March, and cease altogether in April and May, when gradually the grass dies and the whole aspect of things changes, first to yellow, then to brown, and by midsummer all is burnt up and dry as an ash heap. When General Kearney first departed, we took his office at Larkin's, but shortly afterward we had a broad stairway constructed to lead from the outside to the upper front porch of the barracks. By cutting a large door through the adobe wall, we made the upper room in the center our office, and another side room, connected with it by a door, was Colonel Mason's private office. I had a single clerk, a soldier named Baden, and William E. P. Hartnell, citizen, also had a table in the same room. He was the government interpreter, and had charge of the civil archives. After Halleck's return from Mazatlan, he was, by Colonel Mason, made Secretary of State, and he then had charge of the civil archives, including the land titles, of which Fremont first had possession, but which had reverted to us when he left the country. I remember one day in the spring of 1848 that 2 men, Americans, came into the office and inquired for the governor. I asked their business, and one answered that they had just come down from Captain Sutter on special business, and they wanted to see Governor Mason in person. I took them in to the colonel, and left them together. After some time, the colonel came to his door and called to me. I went in, and my attention was directed to a series of papers unfolded on his table, in which lay about half an ounce of placer gold. Mason said to me, "What is that?" I touched it and examined one or two of the larger pieces, and asked, "Is it gold?" Mason asked me if I had ever seen native gold. I answered that in 1844 I was in Upper Georgia, and there saw some native gold, but it was much finer than this, and that it was in phials and in transparent quills. But I said that if this were gold, it could be easily tested, first by its malleability, and next by acids. I took a piece in my teeth, and the metallic luster was perfect. I then called to the clerk, Baden, to bring an axe and hatchet from the back yard. When these were brought, I took the largest piece and beat it out flat, and beyond doubt it was metal, and a pure metal. Still, we attached little importance to the fact, for gold was known to exist at San Fernando in the south, and yet was not considered of much value. Colonel Mason then handed me a letter from Captain Sutter, addressed to him, stating that he, Sutter, was engaged in erecting a sawmill at Coloma, about 40 miles up the American Fork, above his fort at New Helvetia, for the general benefit of the settlers in that vicinity, that he had incurred considerable expense, and wanted a preemption to a quarter section of land on which the mill was located, embracing the tail race in which this particular gold had been found. Mason instructed me to prepare a letter, in answer, for his signature. I wrote off a letter, reciting that California was yet a Mexican province, simply held by us as a conquest; that no laws of the United States yet applied to it, much less the land laws or preemption laws, which could only apply after a public survey. Therefore, it was impossible for the Governor to promise him, Sutter, a title to the land. Yet, as there were no settlements within 40 miles, he was not likely to be disturbed by trespassers. Colonel Mason signed the letter, handed it to one of the gentlemen who had brought the sample of gold, and they departed. That gold was the first discovered in the Sierra Nevada, which soon revolutionized the whole country, and actually moved the whole civilized world. About this time, May and June, 1848, far more importance was attached to quicksilver. One mine, the New Almaden, 12 miles south of San Jose, was well known, and was in possession of the agent of a Scotch gentleman named Forties, who at the time was British consul at Tepic, Mexico. Mr. Forties came up from San Blas in a small brig, which proved to be a Mexican vessel. The vessel was seized, condemned, and actually sold, but Forties was wealthy and bought her in. His title to the quicksilver mine was, however, never disputed, as he had bought it regularly, before our conquest of the country, from another British subject, also named Forties, a resident of Santa Clara Mission, who had purchased it of the discoverer, a priest. But the boundaries of the land attached to the mine were even then in dispute. Other men were in search of quicksilver, and the whole range of mountains near the New Almaden mine was stained with the brilliant red of the sulphuret of mercury, cinnabar. A company composed of T.O. Larkin, J.R. Snyder, and others, among them one John Record, who was quite a character, also claimed a valuable mine near by. Record was a lawyer from about Buffalo, and by some means had got to the Sandwich Islands, where he became a great favorite of the king, Kamehameha, was his attorney general, and got into a difficulty with the Reverend Mr. Judd, who was a kind of prime minister to his majesty. One or the other had to go, and Record left for San Francisco, where he arrived while Colonel Mason and I were there on some business connected with the customs. Record at once made a dead set at Mason with flattery and all sorts of spurious arguments, to convince him that our military government was too simple in its forms for the new state of facts, and that he was the man to remodel it. I had heard a good deal to his prejudice, and did all I could to prevent Mason taking him into his confidence. We then started back for Monterey. Record was along, and night and day he was harping on his scheme; but he disgusted Colonel Mason with his flattery, and on reaching Monterey he opened what he called a law office, but there were neither courts nor clients, so necessity forced him to turn his thoughts to something else, and quicksilver became his hobby. In the spring of 1848 an appeal came to our office from San Jose, which compelled the Governor to go up in person. Lieutenant Loeser and I, with a couple of soldiers, went along. At San Jose the Governor held some kind of a court, in which Record and the alcalde had a warm dispute about a certain mine which Record, as a member of the Larkin Company, had opened within the limits claimed by the New Almaden Company. On our way up we had visited the ground, and were therefore better prepared to understand the controversy. We had found at New Almaden Mr. Walkinshaw, a fine Scotch gentleman, the resident agent of Mr. Forbes. He had built in the valley, near a small stream, a few board houses, and some 4 or 5 furnaces for the distillation of the mercury. These were very simple in their structure, being composed of whalers' kettles set in masonry. These kettles were filled with broken ore about the size of macadam stone, mingled with lime. Another kettle, reversed, formed the lid, and the seam was luted with clay. On applying heat, the mercury was volatilized and carried into a chimney stack, where it condensed and flowed back into a reservoir, and then was led in pipes into another kettle outside. After witnessing this process, we visited the mine itself, which outcropped near the apex of the hill, about 1,000 feet above the furnaces. We found wagons hauling the mineral down the hill and returning empty, and in the mines quite a number of Sonora miners were blasting and driving for the beautiful ore, cinnabar. It was then, and is now, a most valuable mine. The adit of the mine was at the apex of the hill, which drooped off to the north. We rode along this hill, and saw where many openings had been begun, but these, proving of little or no value, had been abandoned. 3 miles beyond, on the west side of the hill, we came to the opening of the Larkin Company. There was evidence of a good deal of work, but the mine itself was filled up by what seemed a landslide. The question involved in the lawsuit before the alcalde at San Jose was, first, whether the mine was or was not on the land belonging to the New Almaden property, and next, whether the company had complied with all the conditions of the mine laws of Mexico, which were construed to be still in force in California. These laws required that any one who discovered a valuable mine on private land should first file with the alcalde, or judge of the district, a notice and claim for the benefits of such discovery. Then the mine was to be opened and followed for a distance of at least 100 feet within a specified time, and the claimants must take out samples of the mineral and deposit the same with the alcalde, who was then required to inspect personally the mine, to see that it fulfilled all the conditions of the law before he could give a written title. In this case the alcalde had been to the mine and had possession of samples of the ore, but as the mouth of the mine was closed up, as alleged from the act of God, by a landslide, it was contended by Ricord and his associates that it was competent to prove by good witnesses that the mine had been opened into the hill 100 feet, and that, by no negligence of theirs, it had caved in. It was generally understood that Robert J. Walker, United States Secretary of the Treasury, was then a partner in the mining company, and a vessel, the bark Gray Eagle, was ready at San Francisco to sail for New York with the title papers, on which to base a joint stock company for speculative use. I think the alcalde was satisfied that the law had been complied with, that he had given the necessary papers, and, as at that time there was nothing developed to show fraud, the Governor, Mason, did not interfere. At that date there was no public house or tavern in San Jose where we could stop, so we started toward Santa Cruz, and encamped about 10 miles out, to the west of the town, where we fell in with another party of explorers, of whom Ruckel of San Francisco was the head. And after supper, as we sat around the camp fire, the conversation turned on quicksilver in general, and the result of the contest in San Jose in particular. Mason was relating to Ruckel the points and the arguments of Ricord that the company should not suffer from an act of God, viz., the caving in of the mouth of the mine, when a man named Cash, a fellow who had once been in the quartermaster's employ as a teamster, spoke up. "Governor Mason, did Judge Ricord say that?" "Yes," said the Governor, and then Cash related how he and another man, whose name he gave, had been employed by Ricord to undermine a heavy rock that rested above the mouth of the mine, so that it tumbled down, carrying with it a large quantity of earth, and completely filled it up, as we had seen. "And," said Cash, "it took us 3 days of the hardest kind of work." This was the act of God, and on the papers procured from the alcalde at that time, I understand, was built a huge speculation by which thousands of dollars changed hands in the United States and were lost. This happened long before the celebrated McGarren claim, which has produced so much noise, and which still is being prosecuted in the courts and in Congress. On the next day we crossed over the Santa Cruz Mountains, from which we had sublime views of the scenery, first looking east toward the lower bay of San Francisco, with the bright plains of Santa Clara and San Jose, and then to the west upon the ocean, the town of Monterey being visible 60 miles off. If my memory is correct, we beheld from that mountain the firing of a salute from the battery at Monterey, and counted the number of guns from the white puffs of smoke, but could not hear the sound. That night we slept on piles of wheat in a mill at Soquel, near Santa Cruz, and our supplies being short, I advised that we should make an early start next morning, so as to reach the ranch of Don Juan Antonio Vallejo, a particular friend, who had a large and valuable cattle ranch on the Pajaro River, about 20 miles on our way to Monterey. Accordingly, we were off by the first light of day, and by 9 o'clock we had reached the ranch. It was on a high point of the plateau, overlooking the plains of the Pajaro, on which were grazing numbers of horses and cattle. The house was of adobe, with a long range of adobe huts occupied by the semi-civilized Indians, who at that time did all the labor of a ranch, the herding and marking of cattle, breaking of horses, and cultivating the little patches of wheat and vegetables which constituted all the farming of that day. Everything about the house looked deserted, and seeing a small Indian boy leaning up against a post, I approached him and asked him in Spanish, "Where is the master?" "Gone to the Presidio" (Monterey). "Is any one in the house?" "No." "Is it locked up?" "Yes." "Is no one about who can get in?" "No." "Have you any meat?" "No." "Any flour or grain?" "No." "Any chickens?" "No." "Any eggs?" "No." "What do you live on?" "Nada" (nothing). The utter indifference of this boy and the tone of his answer, "Nada," attracted the attention of Colonel Mason, who had been listening to our conversation, and who knew enough of Spanish to catch the meaning, and he exclaimed with some feeling, "So we got nada for our breakfast!" I felt mortified, for I had held out the prospect of a splendid breakfast of meat and tortillas, with rice, chickens, eggs, etc., at the ranch of my friend, Jose Antonio, as a justification for taking the Governor, a man of 60 years of age, more than 20 miles at a full canter for his breakfast. But there was no help for it, and we accordingly went a short distance to a pond, where we unpacked our mules and made a slim breakfast on some scraps of hard bread and a bone of pork that remained in our alforjas. This was no uncommon thing in those days, when many a ranchero, with his 11 leagues of land, his hundreds of horses, and thousands of cattle, would receive us with all the grandiloquence of a Spanish lord, and confess that he had nothing in his house to eat except the carcass of a beef hung up, from which the stranger might cut and cook, without money or price, what he needed. That night we slept on Salinas Plain, and the next morning reached Monterey. All the missions and houses at that period were alive with fleas, which the natives looked on as pleasant titillators, but they so tortured me that I always gave them a wide berth, and slept on a saddle blanket, with the saddle for a pillow and the zarape, or blanket, for a cover. We never feared rain except in winter. As the spring and summer of 1848 advanced, the reports came faster and faster from the gold mines at Sutter's sawmill. Stories reached us of fabulous discoveries, and spread throughout the land. Everybody was talking of gold, gold, until it assumed the character of a fever. Some of our soldiers began to desert. Citizens were fitting out trains of wagons and pack mules to go to the mines. We heard of men earning $50, $500, and thousands of dollars per day, and for a time it seemed as though somebody would reach solid gold. Some of this gold began to come to Yerba Buena in trade, and to disturb the value of merchandise, particularly of mules, horses, tin pans, and articles used in mining. I, of course, could not escape the infection, and at last convinced Colonel Mason that it was our duty to go up and see with our own eyes, that we might report the truth to our government. As yet we had no regular mail to any part of the United States, but mails had come to us at long intervals around Cape Horn, and one or two overland. I well remember the first overland mail. It was brought by Kit Carson in saddlebags from Taos in New Mexico. We heard of his arrival at Los Angeles, and waited patiently for his arrival at headquarters. His fame then was at its height, from the publication of Fremont's books, and I was very anxious to see a man who had achieved such feats of daring among the wild animals of the Rocky Mountains, and still wilder Indians of the plains. At last his arrival was reported at the tavern at Monterey, and I hurried to hunt him up. I cannot express my surprise at beholding a small, stoop-shouldered man, with reddish hair, freckled face, soft blue eyes, and nothing to indicate extraordinary courage or daring. He spoke but little, and answered questions in monosyllables. I asked for his mail, and he picked up his light saddlebags containing the great overland mail, and we walked together to headquarters, where he delivered his parcel into Colonel Mason's own hands. He spent some days in Monterey, during which time we extracted with difficulty some items of his personal history. He was then by commission a lieutenant in the regiment of mounted rifles serving in Mexico under Colonel Sumner, and as he could not reach his regiment from California, Colonel Mason ordered that for a time he should be assigned to duty with A. J. Smith's company, 1st Dragoons, at Los Angeles. He remained at Los Angeles some months, and was then sent back to the United States with dispatches, traveling 2,000 miles almost alone, in preference to being encumbered by a large party. Toward the end of June, 1848, the gold fever being at its height, by Colonel Mason's orders I made preparations for his trip to the newly discovered gold mines at Sutter's Fort. I selected 4 good soldiers, with Aaron, Colonel Mason's black servant, and a good outfit of horses and pack mules. We started by the usually traveled route for Yerba Buena. There Captain Folsom and 2 citizens joined our party. The first difficulty was to cross the bay to Sausalito. Folsom, as quartermaster, had a sort of scow with a large sail, with which to discharge the cargoes of ships that could not come within a mile of the shore. It took nearly the whole day to get the old scow up to the only wharf there, and then the water was so shallow that the scow, with its load of horses, would not float at the first high tide, but by infinite labor on the next tide she was got off and safely crossed over to Sausalito. We followed in a more comfortable schooner. Having safely landed our horses and mules, we picked up and rode to San Rafael Mission, stopping with Don Timoteo Murphy. The next day's journey took us to Bodega, where lived a man named Stephen Smith, who had the only steam sawmill in California. He had a Peruvian wife, and employed a number of absolutely naked Indians in making adobes. We spent a day very pleasantly with him, and learned that he had come to California some years before, at the personal advice of Daniel Webster, who had informed him that sooner or later the United States would be in possession of California, and that in consequence it would become a great country. From Bodega we traveled to Sonoma, by way of Petaluma, and spent a day with General Vallejo. I had been there before, as related, in the business of the Alcalde Nash. From Sonoma we crossed over by way of Napa, Suisun, and Vaca's Ranch to the Puta. In the rainy season the plain between the Puta and Sacramento rivers is impassable, but in July the waters dry up, and we passed without trouble, by the trail for Sutter's Embarcadero. We reached the Sacramento River, then full of water, with a deep, clear current. The only means of crossing over was by an Indian dugout canoe. We began by carrying across our packs and saddles, and then our people. When all things were ready, the horses were driven into the water, one being guided ahead by a man in the canoe. Of course, the horses and mules at first refused to take to the water, and it was nearly a day's work to get them across, and even then some of our animals, after crossing, escaped into the woods and undergrowth that lined the river, but we secured enough of them to reach Sutter's Fort, 3 miles back from the Embarcadero, where we camped at the old slough, or pond, near the fort. On application, Captain Sutter sent some Indians back into the bushes, who recovered and brought in all our animals. At that time there was not a sign of a habitation there or thereabouts, except the fort, and an old adobe house, east of the fort known as the hospital. The fort itself was one of adobe walls, about 20 feet thick, rectangular in form, with 2-story block houses at diagonal corners. The entrance was by a large gate, open by day and closed at night, with 2 iron ship's guns near at hand. Inside there was a large house with a good shingle roof, used as a storehouse, and all round the walls were ranged rooms, the fort wall being the outer wall of the house. The inner wall also was of adobe. These rooms were used by Captain Sutter himself and by his people. He had a blacksmith shop, carpenter's shop, etc., and other rooms where the women made blankets. Sutter was monarch of all he surveyed, and had authority to inflict punishment even unto death, a power he did not fail to use. He had horses, cattle, and sheep, and of these he gave liberally and without price to all in need. He caused to be driven into our camp a beef and some sheep, which were slaughtered for our use. Already the gold mines were beginning to be felt. Many people were then encamped, some going and some coming, all full of gold stories, and each surpassing the other. We found preparations in progress for celebrating the 4th of July, then close at hand, and we agreed to remain over to assist on the occasion. Of course, being the high officials, we were the honored guests. People came from a great distance to attend this celebration of the 4th of July, and the tables were laid in the large room inside the storehouse of a fort. A man of some note, named Sinclair, presided, and after a substantial meal and a reasonable supply of aguardiente, we began the toasts. All that I remember is that Folsom and I spoke for our party. Others, Captain Sutter included, made speeches, and before the celebration was over, Sutter was enthusiastic, and many others showed the effects of the aguardiente. The next day, namely July 5, 1848, we resumed our journey toward the mines, and in 25 miles of as hot and dusty a ride as possible, we reached Mormon Island. I have heretofore stated that the gold was first found in the tail race of the stew mill at Coloma, 40 miles above Sutter's Fort, or 15 above Mormon Island, in the bed of the American Fork of the Sacramento River. It seems that Sutter had employed an American named Marshall, a sort of millwright, to do this work for him, but Marshall afterward claimed that in the matter of the sawmill they were co-partners. At all events, Marshall and the family of Mr. Wimmer were living at Coloma, where the pine trees afforded the best materials for lumber. He had under him 4 white men, Mormons, who had been discharged from Cook's battalion, and some Indians. These were engaged in hewing logs, building a mill dam, and putting up a sawmill. Marshall, as the architect, had made the tub wheel, and had set it in motion, and had also furnished some of the rude parts of machinery necessary for an ordinary up-and-down sawmill. Labor was very scarce, expensive, and had to be economized. The mill was built over a dry channel of the river, which was calculated to be the tail race. After arranging his head race, dam, and tub wheel, he let on the water to test the goodness of his machinery. It worked very well, until it was found that the tail race did not carry off the water fast enough, so he put his men to work in a rude way to clear out the tail race. They scratched a kind of ditch down the middle of the dry channel, throwing the coarse stones to one side. Then, letting on the water again, it would run with velocity down the channel, washing away the dirt, thus saving labor. This course of action was repeated several times, acting exactly like the long tom afterward resorted to by the miners. As Marshall himself was working in this ditch, he observed particles of yellow metal, which he gathered up in his hands, when it seemed to have suddenly flashed across his mind that it was gold. After picking up about an ounce, he hurried down to the fort to report to Captain Sutter his discovery. Captain Sutter himself related to me Marshall's account, saying that as he sat in his room at the fort one day in February or March, 1848, a knock was heard at his door, and he called out, "Come in." In walked Marshall, who was a half-crazy man at best, but then looked strangely wild. "What is the matter, Marshall?"
Marshall inquired if any one was within hearing, and began to peer about the room and look under the bed, when Sutter, fearing that some calamity had befallen the party up at the sawmill, and that Marshall was really crazy, began to make his way to the door, demanding of Marshall to explain what was the matter. At last he revealed his discovery, and laid before Captain Sutter the pellicles of gold he had picked up in the ditch. At first Sutter attached little or no importance to the discovery, and told Marshall to go back to the mill and say nothing of what he had seen to Mr. Wimmer or any one else. Yet, as it might add value to the location, he dispatched to our headquarters at Monterey, as I have already related, the two men with a written application for a preemption to the quarter section of land at Coloma. Marshall returned to the mill, but could not keep out of his wonderful ditch, and by some means the other men employed there learned his secret. They then wanted to gather the gold, and Marshall threatened to shoot them if they attempted it; but these men had sense enough to know that if placer gold existed at Coloma, it would also be found further down stream, and they gradually prospected until they reached Mormon Island, 15 miles below, where they discovered one of the richest placers on earth. These men revealed the fact to some other Mormons, who were employed by Captain Sutter at a grist mill he was building still lower down the American Fork, and 6 miles above his fort. All of them struck for higher wages, to which Sutter yielded, until they asked $10 a day, which he refused, and the two mills on which he had spent so much money were never built, and fell into decay.
End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Sherman's Recollections of California, 1846-1848, 1855-1857, from his Memoirs, by William Tecumseh Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Early Recollections of California, 1846-1848, Part 3. In my opinion, when the Mormons were driven from Nauvoo, Illinois, in 1844, they cast about for a land where they would not be disturbed again, and fixed on California. In the year 1845, a ship, the Brooklyn, sailed from New York for California with a colony of Mormons, of which Sam Brannan was the leader, and we found them there on our arrival in January, 1847. When General Kearney at Fort Leavenworth was collecting volunteers early in 1846 for the Mexican War, he, through the instrumentality of Captain James Allen, brother to our quartermaster, General Robert Allen, raised a battalion of Mormons at Canesville, Iowa, now Council Bluffs, on the express understanding that it would facilitate their migration to California. But when the Mormons reached Salt Lake in 1846, they learned that they had been forestalled by the United States forces in California, and they then determined to settle down where they were. Therefore, when this battalion of 5 companies of Mormons, raised by Allen, who died on the way and was succeeded by Cook, was discharged at Los Angeles, California, in the early summer of 1847, most of the men went to their people at Salt Lake, with all the money received as pay from the United States invested in cattle and breeding horses. One company reenlisted for another year, and the remainder sought work in the country. As soon as the fame of the gold discovery spread through California, the Mormons naturally turned to Mormon Island, so that in July, 1848, we found about 300 of them there at work. Sam Brannan was on hand as the high priest, collecting the tithes. Clark of Clark's Point, an early pioneer, was there also, and nearly all the Mormons who had come out in the Brooklyn, or who had stayed in California after the discharge of their battalion, had collected there. I recall the scene as perfectly today as though it were yesterday. In the midst of a broken country, all parched and dried by the hot sun of July, sparsely wooded with live oaks and straggling pines, lay the valley of the American River, with its bold mountain stream coming out of the Snowy Mountains to the east.
In this valley is a flat or gravel bed, which in high water is an island, or is overflown, but at the time of our visit was simply a level gravel bed of the river. On its edges men were digging and filling buckets with the finer earth and gravel, which was carried to a machine made like a baby's cradle, open at the foot, and at the head a plate of sheet iron or zinc, punctured full of holes. On this metallic plate was emptied the earth, and water was then poured on it from the buckets, while one man shook the cradle with violent rocking by a handle. On the bottom were nailed cleats of wood. With this rude machine 4 men could earn from $40 to $100 a day, averaging $16, or a gold ounce, per man per day. While the sun blazed down on the heads of the miners with tropical heat, the water was bitter cold, and all hands were either standing in the water or had their clothes wet all the time, yet there were no complaints of rheumatism or cold. We made our camp on a small knoll a little below the island, and from it could overlook the busy scene. A few bush huts near by served as stores, boarding houses, and for sleeping, but all hands slept on the ground, with pine leaves and blankets for bedding. As soon as the news spread that the Governor was there, persons came to see us, and volunteered all kinds of information, illustrating it by samples of the gold, which was of a uniform kind, scale gold, bright and beautiful. A large variety of every conceivable shape and form was found in the smaller gulches round about, but the gold in the river bed was uniformly scale gold. I remember that Mr. Clark was in camp, talking to Colonel Mason about matters and things generally, when he inquired, "Governor, what business has Sam Brannan to collect the tithes here?" Clark admitted that Brannan was the head of the Mormon Church in California, and he was simply questioning as to Brannan's right as high priest to compel the Mormons to pay him the regular tithes. Colonel Mason answered, "Brannan has a perfect right to collect the tax, if you Mormons are fools enough to pay it." "Then," said Clark, "I, for one, won't pay it any longer." Colonel Mason added, "This is public land, and the gold is the property of the United States. All of you here are trespassers, but as the government is benefited by your getting out the gold, I do not intend to interfere." I understood afterward that from that time the payment of the tithes ceased, but Brannan had already collected enough money wherewith to hire Sutter's Hospital, and to open a store there, in which he made more money than any merchant in California during that summer and fall. The understanding was that the money collected by him as tithes was a foundation of his fortune, which is still very large in San Francisco. That evening we all mingled freely with the miners, and witnessed the process of cleaning up and panning out, which is the last process for separating the pure gold from the fine dirt and black sand. The next day we continued our journey up the valley of the American Fork, stopping at various camps where mining was in progress, and about noon we reached Coloma, the place where gold had been first discovered. The hills were higher, and the timber of better quality. The river was narrower and bolder, and but few miners were at work there, by reason of Marshall's and Sutter's claim to the site. There stood the sawmill unfinished, the dam and tail race just as they were left when the Mormons ceased work. Marshall and Wimmer's family of wife and half a dozen children were there, guarding their supposed treasure, living in a house made of clapboards. Here also we were shown many specimens of gold, of a coarser grain than that found at Mormon Island. The next day we crossed the American River to its north side, and visited many small camps of men, in what were called the dry diggings. Little pools of water stood in the beds of the streams, and these were used to wash the dirt. And there the gold was in every conceivable shape and size, some of the specimens weighing several ounces. Some of these diggings were extremely rich, but as a whole they were more precarious in results than at the river. Sometimes a lucky fellow would hit on a pocket, and collect several $1,000s in a few days, and then again he would be shifting about from place to place, prospecting, and spending all he had made. Little stores were being opened at every point where flour, bacon, etc., were sold. everything being $1 a pound, and a meal usually costing $3. Nobody paid for a bed, for he slept on the ground, without fear of cold or rain. We spent nearly a week in that region, and were quite bewildered by the fabulous tales of recent discoveries, which at the time were confined to the several forks of the American and Yuba rivers. All this time our horses had nothing to eat but the spare grass in that region, and we were forced to work our way down toward the Sacramento Valley, or to see our animals perish. Still, we contemplated a visit to the Yuba and Feather rivers, from which we had heard of more wonderful diggings, but met a courier who announced the arrival of a ship at Monterey, with dispatches of great importance from Mazatlan. We accordingly turned our horses back to Sutter's Fort. Crossing the Sacramento again by swimming our horses and ferrying their loads in that solitary canoe, we took our back track as far as the Napa, and then turned to Benicia, on Carquinez Straits. We found there a solitary adobe house, occupied by Mr. Hastings and his family, embracing Dr. Semple, the proprietor of the ferry. This ferry was a ship's boat, with a lateen sail, which could carry across at one time 6 or 8 horses. It took us several days to cross over, and during that time we got well acquainted with the doctor, who was quite a character. He had come to California from Illinois, and was brother to Senator Semple. He was about 7 feet high, and very intelligent. When we first reached Monterey, he had a printing press, which belonged to the United States, having been captured at the custom house, and had been used to print custom house blanks. With this, Dr. Semple, as editor, published the Californian, a small sheet of news, once a week, and it was a curiosity in its line, using 2 V's for a W, and other combinations of letters made necessary by want of type. After some time he removed to Yerba Buena with his paper, and it grew up to be the Alta California of today. Foreseeing, as he thought, the growth of a great city somewhere on the Bay of San Francisco, he selected Carquinez Straits as its location, and obtained from General Vallejo a title to a league of land, on condition of building up a city thereon to bear the name of Vallejo's wife. This was Francisca Benicia. Accordingly, the new city was named Francisca. At this time the town near the mouth of the bay was known universally as Yerba Buena, but that name was not known abroad, although San Francisco was familiar to the whole civilized world. Now some of the chief men of Yerba Buena, Folsom, Howard, Leidstorff, and others, knowing the importance of a name, saw their danger, and by some action of the Ayuntamiento, or town council, changed the name of Yerba Buena to San Francisco. Dr. Semple was outraged at their changing the name to one like his, of Francisca, and he in turn changed his town to the other name of Mrs. Vallejo, viz. Benicia, and Benicia it has remained to this day. I am convinced that this little circumstance was big with consequences. That Benicia has the best natural site for a commercial city, I am satisfied; and had half the money and half the labor since bestowed upon San Francisco been expended at Benicia, we should have at this day a city of palaces on the Carquinez Straits. The name of San Francisco, however, fixed the city where it now is. For every ship in 1848-49 which cleared from any part of the world knew the name of San Francisco, but not Yerba Buena or Benicia; and accordingly ships consigned to California came pouring in with their contents, and were anchored in front of Yerba Buena, the first town. Captains and crews deserted for the gold mines, and now half the city in front of Monterey Street is built over the hulks thus abandoned. But Dr. Semple at that time was all there was of Benicia. He was captain and crew of his ferry boat, and managed to pass our party to the south side of Carquinez Straits in about 2 days. Thence we proceeded to Amador Valley, to Alameda Creek, and so on to the old mission of San Jose, thence to the pueblo of San Jose, where Folsom and those belonging in Yerba Buena went in that direction, and we continued on to Monterey, our party all the way giving official sanctions to the news from the gold mines, and adding new force to the fever. On reaching Monterey, we found dispatches from Commodore Shubrick at Mazatlan, which gave almost positive assurance that the war with Mexico was over. The hostilities had ceased, and commissioners were arranging the terms of peace at Guadalupe Hidalgo. It was well that this news reached California at that critical time, for so contagious had become the gold fever that everybody was bound to go and try his fortune, and the volunteer regiment of Stevenson's would have deserted en masse had the men not been assured that they would very soon be entitled to an honorable discharge. Many of our regulars did desert, among them the very men who had escorted us faithfully to the mines and back. Our servants also left us, and nothing less than $300 a month would hire a man in California. Colonel Mason's black boy, Aaron, alone of all our then servants, proved faithful. We were forced to resort to all manner of shifts to live. First, we had a mess with a black fellow we called Bustamante as cook, but he got the fever and had to go. We next took a soldier, but he deserted, and carried off my double-barreled shotgun, which I prized very highly. To meet this condition of facts, Colonel Mason ordered that liberal furlough should be given to the soldiers, and promises to all in turn, and he allowed all the officers to draw their rations in kind. As the actual value of the rations was very large, this enabled us to live. Halleck, Murray, Ord, and I boarded with Dona Augustias, and turned in our rations as pay for our board. Sometime in September, 1848, the official news of the treaty of peace reached us, and the Mexican War was over. This treaty was signed in May, and came to us all the way by land by a courier from Lower California, sent from La Paz by Lieutenant Colonel Burton. On its receipt, orders were at once made for the muster out of all of Stevenson's regiment, and our military forces were thus reduced to the single company of dragoons at Los Angeles, and the one company of artillery at Monterey. Nearly all business had ceased, except that connected with gold, and during that fall Colonel Mason, Captain Warner, and I made another trip up to Sutter's Fort, going also to the newly discovered mines on the Stanislaus, called Sonora, named from the miners of Sonora, Mexico, who had first discovered them. We found there pretty much the same state of facts as before existed at Mormon Island and Coloma, and we daily received intelligence of the opening of still other mines north and south. But I have passed over a very interesting fact. As soon as we had returned from our first visit to the gold mines, it became important to send home positive knowledge of this valuable discovery. The means of communication with the United States were very precarious, and I suggested to Colonel Mason that a special courier ought to be sent. That Second Lieutenant Loeser had been promoted to first lieutenant, and was entitled to go home. He was accordingly detailed to carry the news. I prepared with great care the letter to the Adjutant General of August 17, 1848, which Colonel Mason modified in a few particulars, and as it was important to send not only the specimens which had been presented to us along our route of travel, I advised the colonel to allow Captain Folsom to purchase and send to Washington a large sample of the commercial gold in general use, and to pay for the same out of the money in his hands, known as the civil fund, arising from duties collected at the several ports in California. He consented to this, and Captain Folsom bought an oyster can full at $10 the ounce, which was the rate of value at which it was then received at the custom house. Folsom was instructed further to contract with some vessel to carry the messenger to South America, where he could take the English steamers as far east as Jamaica, with a conditional charter giving increased payment if the vessel could catch the October steamer. Folsom chartered the bark La Lambayacana, owned and navigated by Henry D. Cook, who has since been the governor of the District of Columbia. In due time this vessel reached Monterey, and Lieutenant Loeser, with his report and specimens of gold, embarked and sailed. He reached the South American continent at Paita, Peru, in time, took the English steamer of October to Panama, and thence went on to Kingston, Jamaica, where he found a sailing vessel bound for New Orleans. On reaching New Orleans, he telegraphed to the War Department his arrival; but so many delays had occurred that he did not reach Washington in time to have the matter embraced in the President's regular message of 1848, as we had calculated. Still, the President made it the subject of a special message, and thus became official what had before only reached the world in very indefinite shape. Then began that wonderful development and the great emigration to California, by land and by sea, of 1849 and 1850. As before narrated, Mason, Warner, and I made a second visit to the mines in September and October, 1848. As the winter season approached, Colonel Mason returned to Monterey, and I remained for a time at Sutter's Fort. In order to share somewhat in the riches of the land, we formed a partnership in a store at Coloma, in charge of Norman S. Bestor, who had been Warner's clerk. We supplied the necessary money, $1,500, $500 each, and Bestor carried on the store at Coloma for his share. Out of this investment each of us realized a profit of about $1,500. Warner also got a regular leave of absence, and contracted with Captain Sutter for surveying and locating the town of Sacramento. He received for this $16 per day for his services as surveyor, and Sutter paid all the hands engaged in the work. The town was laid off mostly up about the fort, but a few streets were staked off along the river bank, and one or two leading to it. Captain Sutter always contended, however, that no town could possibly exist on the immediate bank of the river, because the spring freshets rose over the bank, and frequently it was necessary to swim a horse to reach the boat landing. Nevertheless, from the very beginning, the town began to be built on the very river bank, viz., First, Second, and Third Streets, with J and K Streets leading back. Among the principal merchants and traders of that winter at Sacramento were Sam Brannan and Hensley Reading & Company. For several years the site was annually flooded, but the people have persevered in building the levees and afterward in raising all the streets, so that Sacramento is now a fine city, the capital of the State, and stands where, in 1848, was nothing but a dense mass of bushes, vines, and submerged land. The old fort has disappeared altogether. During the fall of 1848, Warner, Ord, and I camped on the bank of the American River, abreast of the fort, at what was known as the Old Tan Yard. I was cook, Ord cleaned up the dishes, and Warner looked after the horses. But Ord was deposed as scullion, because he would only wipe the tin plates with a tuft of grass, according to the custom of the country, whereas Warner insisted on having them washed after each meal with hot water. Warner was in consequence promoted to scullion, and Ord became the hostler. We drew our rations in kind from the commissary at San Francisco, who sent them up to us by a boat, and we were thus enabled to dispense a generous hospitality to many a poor devil who otherwise would have had nothing to eat. The winter of 1848-49 was a period of intense activity throughout California. The rainy season was unfavorable to the operations of gold mining, and was very hard upon the thousands of houseless men and women who dwelt in the mountains, and even in the towns. Most of the natives and old inhabitants had returned to their ranches and houses, yet there were not roofs enough in the country to shelter the thousands who had arrived by sea and by land. The news had gone forth to the whole civilized world that gold in fabulous quantities was to be had for the mere digging, and adventurers came pouring in blindly to seek their fortunes, without a thought of house or food. Yerba Buena had been converted into San Francisco, Sacramento City had been laid out, lots were being rapidly sold, and the town was being built up as an entrepot to the mines. Stockton also had been chosen as a convenient point for trading with the lower or southern mines. Captain Sutter was the sole proprietor of the former, and Captain Charles Weber was the owner of the site of Stockton, which was as yet known as French Camp. End of Chapter 2, Part 3.
Chapter 3 of Sherman's Recollections of California, 1846, 1848, 1855, 1857, from his Memoirs, by William Tecumseh Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Early Recollections of California, continued, 1849 to 1850. The department headquarters still remained at Monterey, but with the few soldiers we had next to nothing to do. In midwinter we heard of the approach of a battalion of the Second Dragoons, under Major Lawrence Pike Graham, with Captains Rucker, Coots, Campbell, and others, along. So exhausted were they by their long march from Upper Mexico that we had to send relief to meet them as they approached. When this command reached Los Angeles, it was left there as the garrison, and Captain A. J. Smith's company of the First Dragoons was brought up to San Francisco. We were also advised that the Second Infantry, Colonel B. Riley, would be sent out around Cape Horn in sailing ships; that the Mounted Rifles under Lieutenant Colonel Loring would march overland to Oregon; and that Brigadier General Persifer F. Smith would come out in chief command on the Pacific coast. It was also known that a contract had been entered into with parties in New York and New Orleans for a monthly line of steamers from those cities to California, via Panama. Lieutenant Colonel Burton had come up from Lower California, and as captain of the Third Artillery he was assigned to command Company F, Third Artillery, at Monterey. Captain Warner remained at Sacramento surveying, and Halleck, Murray, Ord, and I boarded with Dona Augustias. The season was unusually rainy and severe, but we passed the time with the usual round of dances and parties. The time fixed for the arrival of the mail steamer was understood to be about January 1, 1849, but the day came and went without any tidings of her. Orders were given to Captain Burton to announce her arrival by firing a national salute, and each morning we listened for the guns from the fort. The month of January passed, and the greater part of February, too. As was usual, the army officers celebrated the 22d of February with a grand ball, given in the new stone schoolhouse which Alcalde Walter Colton had built. It was the largest and best hall then in California. The ball was really a handsome affair, and we kept it up nearly all night. The next morning we were at breakfast. Present, Dona Augustias and Manuelita, Halleck, Murray, and myself. We were dull and stupid enough until a gun from the fort aroused us, then another and another. "The steamer!" exclaimed all, and without waiting for hats or anything, off we dashed. I reached the wharf hatless, but the dona sent my cap after me by a servant. The white puffs of smoke hung around the fort, mingled with the dense fog, which hid all the water of the bay, and well out to sea could be seen the black spars of some unknown vessel. At the wharf I found a group of soldiers and a small rowboat which belonged to a brig at anchor in the bay. Hastily ordering a couple of willing soldiers to get in and take the oars, and Mr. Larkin and Mr. Hartnell asking to go along, we jumped in and pushed off. Steering our boat toward the spars, which loomed up above the fog, clear and distinct, in about a mile we came to the black hull of the strange monster, the long-expected and most welcome steamer California. Her wheels were barely moving, for her pilot could not see the shore line distinctly, though the hills and point of pines could be clearly made out over the fog, and occasionally a glimpse of some white walls showed where the town lay. A Jacob's ladder was lowered for us from the steamer, and in a minute I scrambled up on deck, followed by Larkin and Hartnell, and we found ourselves in the midst of many old friends. There was Canby, the adjutant general, who was to take my place; Charlie Hoyt, my cousin; Colonel Persifer F. Smith and wife; Gibbs, his aide-de-camp; Major Ogden, of the engineers, and wife; and, indeed, many old Californians, among them Alfred Robinson and Frank Ward with his pretty bride. By the time the ship was fairly at anchor, we had answered 1,000,000 of questions about gold and the state of the country, and learned that the ship was out of fuel, had informed the captain, Marshall, that there was abundance of pine wood, but no willing hands to cut it,
that no man could be hired at less than an ounce of gold a day, unless the soldiers would volunteer to do it for some agreed upon price. As for coal, there was not a pound in Monterey, or anywhere else in California. Vessels with coal were known to be en route around Cape Horn, but none had yet reached California. The arrival of this steamer was the beginning of a new epoch on the Pacific coast, yet there she lay, helpless, without coal or fuel. The native Californians, who had never seen a steamship, stood for days on the beach looking at her, with the universal exclamation, "Tan Phyo!" How ugly! And she was truly ugly when compared with the clean, well-sparred frigates and sloops of war that had hitherto been seen on the North Pacific coast. It was first supposed it would take 10 days to get wood enough to prosecute her voyage, and therefore all the passengers who could took up their quarters on shore. Major Canby relieved me, and took the place I had held so long as Adjutant General of the Department of California. The time seemed most opportune for me to leave the service, as I had several splendid offers of employment and of partnership, and accordingly I made my written resignation. But General Smith put his veto upon it, saying that he was to command the Division of the Pacific, while General Wiley was to have the Department of California, and Colonel Loring that of Oregon. He wanted me as his adjutant general, because of my familiarity with the country, and knowledge of its then condition. At the time he had on his staff Gibbs as aide de camp, and Fitzgerald as quartermaster. He also had along with him quite a retinue of servants, hired with a clear contract to serve him for a whole year after reaching California, every one of whom deserted, except a young black fellow named Isaac. Mrs. Smith, a pleasant but delicate Louisiana lady, had a white maid-servant, in whose fidelity she had unbounded confidence. But this girl was married to a perfect stranger, and off before she had even landed in San Francisco. It was therefore finally arranged that on the California I was to accompany General Smith to San Francisco as his adjutant general. I accordingly sold some of my horses, and arranged for others to go up by land; and from that time I became fairly enlisted in the military family of General Persifer F. Smith. I parted with my old commander, Colonel Mason, with sincere regret. To me he had ever been kind and considerate, and while stern, honest to a fault, he was the very embodiment of the principle of fidelity to the interests of the general government. He possessed a native strong intellect, and far more knowledge of the principles of civil government and law than he got credit for. In private and public expenditures he was extremely economical, but not penurious. In cases where the officers had to contribute money for parties and entertainments, he always gave a double share, because of his allowance of double rations. During our frequent journeys I was always caterer, and paid all the bills. In settling with him he required a written statement of the items of account, but never disputed one of them. During our time, California was, as now, full of a bold, enterprising, and speculative set of men, who were engaged in every sort of game to make money. I know that Colonel Mason was beset by them to use his position to make a fortune for himself and his friends; but he never bought land or town lots, because he said it was his place to hold the public estate for the government as free and unencumbered by claims as possible. And when I wanted him to stop the public land sales in San Francisco, San Jose, etc., he would not; for although he did not believe the titles given by the alcalde worth a cent, yet they aided to settle the towns and public lands, and he thought on the whole the government would be benefited thereby. The same thing occurred as to the gold mines. He never took a title to a town lot, unless it was one of no real value, from Alcalde Colton in Monterey, of which I have never heard since. He did take a share in the store which Warner, Beator, and I opened at Coloma, paid his share of the capital, $500, and received his share of the profits, $1,500. I think also he took a share in a venture to China with Larkin and others, but on leaving California he was glad to sell out without profit or loss. In the stern discharge of his duty he made some bitter enemies, among them Henry M. Nagley, who in the newspapers of the day endeavored to damage his fair name. But knowing him intimately, I am certain that he is entitled to all praise for having so controlled the affairs of the country that when his successor arrived, all things were so disposed that a civil form of government was an easy matter of adjustment. Colonel Mason was relieved by General Riley some time in April, and left California in the steamer of the 1st of May for Washington and St. Louis, where he died of cholera in the summer of 1850, and his body is buried in Bellefontaine Cemetery. His widow afterward married Major, since General, Don Carlos Buell, and is now living in Kentucky. In overhauling the hold of the steamer California, as she lay at anchor in Monterey Bay, a considerable amount of coal was found under some heavy duplicate machinery. With this, and such wood as had been gathered, she was able to renew her voyage. The usual signal was made, and we all went on board. About the 1st of March we entered the Heads, and anchored off San Francisco, near the United States line of battle ship Ohio, Commodore T. Catesby Jones. As was the universal custom of the day, the crew of the California deserted her, and she lay for months unable to make a trip back to Panama, as was expected of her. As soon as we reached San Francisco, the first thing was to secure an office and a house to live in. The weather was rainy and stormy, and snow even lay on the hills back of the Mission. Captain Folsom, the quartermaster, agreed to surrender for our office the old adobe custom house on the upper corner of the plaza as soon as he could remove his papers and effects down to one of his warehouses on the beach; and he also rented for us as quarters the old Hudson Bay Company house on Montgomery Street, which had been used by Howard and Mellew as a store, and at that very time they were moving their goods into a larger brick building just completed for them. As these changes would take some time, General Smith and Colonel Ogden, with their wives, accepted the hospitality offered by Commodore Jones on board the Ohio. I opened the office at the Custom House, and Gibbs, Fitzgerald, and some others of us slept in the loft of the Hudson Bay Company house until the lower part was cleared of Howard's store, after which General Smith and the ladies moved in. There we had a general mess, and the efforts at housekeeping were simply ludicrous. One servant after another, whom General Smith had brought from New Orleans, with a solemn promise to stay by him for one whole year, deserted without a word of notice or explanation, and in a few days none remained but little Isaac. The ladies had no maid or attendants, and the general, commanding all the mighty forces of the United States on the Pacific coast, had to scratch to get one good meal a day for his family. He was a gentleman of fine social qualities, genial and gentle, and joked at everything. Poor Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Ogden did not bear it so philosophically. Gibbs, Fitzgerald, and I could cruise around and find a meal which cost $3 at some of the many restaurants which had sprung up out of redwood boards and cotton lining. But the general and ladies could not go out, for ladies were rara avis at that day in California. Isaac was cook, chambermaid, and everything, thoughtless of himself, and struggling out of the slimmest means to compound a breakfast for a large and hungry family. Breakfast would be announced any time between 10 and 12, and dinner according to circumstances. Many a time have I seen General Smith, with a can of preserved meat in his hands, going toward the house, take off his hat on meeting a negro, and, on being asked the reason of his politeness, he would answer that they were the only real gentlemen in California. I confess that the fidelity of Colonel Mason's boy Aaron, and of General Smith's boy Isaac, at a time when every white man laughed at promises as something made to be broken, has given me a kindly feeling of respect for the negroes, and made me hope that they will find an honorable status in the jumble of affairs in which we now live. That was a dull, hard winter in San Francisco. The rains were heavy and the mud fearful. I have seen mules stumble in the street and drown in the liquid mud. Montgomery Street had been filled up with brush and clay, and I always dreaded to ride on horseback along it, because the mud was so deep that a horse's legs would become entangled in the bushes below, and the rider was likely to be thrown and drowned in the mud. The only sidewalks were made of stepping stones of empty boxes, and here and there a few planks with barrel staves nailed on. All the town lay along Montgomery Street from Sacramento to Jackson and about the plaza. Gambling was the chief occupation of the people. While they were waiting for the cessation of the rainy season and for the beginning of spring, all sorts of houses were being put up, but the most flimsy kind, and all were stores, restaurants, or gambling saloons. Any room 20 by 60 feet would rent for $1,000 a month. I had as my pay $70 a month, and no one would even try to hire a servant under $300. Had it not been for the $1,500 I had made in the store at Coloma, I could not have lived through the winter. About the 1st of April arrived the steamer Oregon, but her captain, Pearson, knew what was the state of affairs on shore, and ran his steamer alongside the line of battle ship Ohio at Sausalito, and obtained the privilege of leaving his crew on board as prisoners until he was ready to return to sea. Then, discharging his passengers and getting coal out of some of the ships which had arrived, he retook his crew out of limbo and carried the first regular mail back to Panama early in April. In regular order arrived the third steamer, the Panama, and as the vessels were arriving with coal, the California was enabled to hire a crew and get off. From that time forward, these three ships constituted the regular line of mail steamers, which has been kept up ever since. By the steamer Oregon arrived out Major R. P. Hammond, J. M. Williams, James Blair, and others. Also the gentlemen who, with Major Ogden, were to compose a joint commission to select the sites for the permanent forts and navy yard of California. This commission was composed of Majors Ogden, Smith, and Ledbetter, of the Army, and Captains Goldsborough, Van Brunt, and Blunt of the Navy. These officers, after a most careful study of the whole subject, selected Mare Island for the navy yard, and Benicia for the storehouses and arsenals of the army. The Pacific Mail Steamship Company also selected Benicia as their depot. Thus was again revived the old struggle for supremacy of these two points as the site of the future city of the Pacific. Meantime, however, San Francisco had secured the name. About 600 ships were anchored there without crews, and could not get away, and there the city was, and had to be. Nevertheless, General Smith, being disinterested and unprejudiced, decided on Benicia as the point where the city ought to be, and where the army headquarters should be. By the Oregon there arrived at San Francisco a man who deserves mention here, Baron Steinberger. He had been a great cattle dealer in the United States, and boasted that he had helped to break the United States Bank by being indebted to it $5 million. At all events, he was a splendid-looking fellow, and brought with him from Washington a letter to General Smith, and another for Commodore Jones, to the effect that he was a man of enlarged experience in beef, that the authorities in Washington knew that there existed in California large herds of cattle, which were only valuable for their hides and tallow, that it was of great importance to the government that this beef should be cured and salted so as to be of use to the Army and Navy, obviating the necessity of shipping salt beef around Cape Horn. I know he had such a letter from the Secretary of War, Marcy, to General Smith, for it passed into my custody, and I happened to be in Commodore Jones's cabin when the Baron presented the one for him from the Secretary of the Navy. The Baron was anxious to pitch in at once, and said that all he needed to start with were salt and barrels. After some inquiries of his purser, the Commodore promised to let him have the barrels with their salt as fast as they were emptied by the crew. Then the Baron explained that he could get a nice lot of cattle from Don Timoteo Murphy at the Mission of San Rafael, on the north side of the bay, but he could not get a boat and crew to handle them. Under the authority from the Secretary of the Navy, the commodore then promised him the use of a boat and crew, until he, the baron, could find and purchase a suitable one for himself. Then the baron opened the first regular butcher shop in San Francisco, on the wharf about the foot of Broadway or Pacific Street, where we could buy at 25 or 50 cents a pound the best roasts, steaks, and cuts of beef, which had cost him nothing, for he never paid anybody if he could help it, and he soon cleaned poor Don Timoteo out. At first, every boat of his, in coming down from the San Rafael, touched at the Ohio, and left the best beefsteaks and roasts for the commodore; but soon the baron had enough money to dispense with the borrowed boat, and set up for himself, and from this small beginning, step by step, he rose in a few months to be one of the richest and most influential men in San Francisco. But in his wild speculations he was at last caught, and became helplessly bankrupt. He followed General Fremont to St. Louis in 1861, where I saw him, but soon afterward he died a pauper in one of the hospitals. When General Smith had his headquarters in San Francisco, in the spring of 1849, Steinberger gave dinners worthy any baron of old, and when, in after years, I was a banker there, he used to borrow of me small sums of money in repayment for my share of these feasts. And somewhere among my old packages I hold one of his confidential notes for $200, but on the whole I got off easily. I have no doubt that if this man's history could be written out, it would present phases as wonderful as any of romance, but in my judgment he was a dangerous man, without any true sense of honor or honesty. Little by little the rains of that season grew less and less, and the hills once more became green and covered with flowers. It became perfectly evident that no family could live in San Francisco on such a salary as Uncle Sam allowed his most favored officials, so General Smith and Major Ogden concluded to send their families back to the United States, and afterward we men folks could take to camp and live on our rations. The Second Infantry had arrived and had been distributed, 4 companies to Monterey, and the rest somewhat as Stevenson's regiment had been. A. J. Smith's company of dragoons was sent up to Sonoma, whither General Smith had resolved to move our headquarters. On the steamer which sailed about May 1st, I think the California, we embarked, the ladies for home and we for Monterey. At Monterey we went on shore, and Colonel Mason, who meantime had been relieved by General Riley, went on board, and the steamer departed for Panama. Of all that party, I alone am alive. General Riley had, with his family, taken the house which Colonel Mason had formerly used, and Major Canby and wife had secured rooms at Alvarado's. Captain Bain was quartermaster, and had his family in the house of a man named Garner, near the redoubt. Burton and Company F were still at the fort. The 4 companies of the Second Infantry were quartered in the barracks, the same building in which we had had our headquarters, and the company officers were quartered in hired buildings near by. General Smith and his aide, Captain Gibbs, went to Larkin's house, and I was at my old rooms at Dona Augustias. As we intended to go back to San Francisco by land, and afterward to travel a good deal, General Smith gave me the necessary authority to fit out the party. There happened to be several trains of horses and mules in town, so I purchased about a dozen horses and mules at $200 a head, on account of the quartermaster's department, and we had them kept under guard in the quartermaster's corral. I remember one night being in the quarters of Lieutenant Alfred Sully, where nearly all the officers of the garrison were assembled, listening to Sully's stories. Lieutenant Derby Squibbob was one of the number, as also Fred Steele, Neighbor Jones, and others, when just after tattoo the orderly sergeants came to report the results of tattoo roll call. One reported 5 men absent, another 8, and so on, until it became certain that 28 men had deserted, and they were so bold and open in their behavior that it amounted to defiance. They had deliberately slung their knapsacks and started for the gold mines. Dr. Murray and I were the only ones present who were familiar with the country, and I explained how easy they could all be taken by a party going out at once to Salinas Plain, where the country was so open and level that a rabbit could not cross without being seen; that the deserters could not go to the mines without crossing that plain, and could not reach it before daylight. All agreed that the whole regiment would desert if these men were not brought back. Several officers volunteered on the spot to go after them, and as the soldiers could not be trusted, it was useless to send any but officers in pursuit. Some one went to report the affair to the Adjutant General, Canby, and he to General Riley. I waited some time, and as the thing grew cold, thought it was given up, and went to my room and to bed. About midnight I was called up and informed that there were 7 officers willing to go, but the difficulty was to get horses and saddles. I went down to Larkin's house and got General Smith to consent that we might take the horses I had bought for our trip. It was nearly 3:00 a.m. before we were all mounted and ready. I had a musket, which I used for hunting. With this I led off at a canter, followed by the others. About 6 miles out, by the faint moon, I saw ahead of us in the sandy road some bluecoats, and fearing lest they might resist or escape into the dense bushes which lined the road, I halted, and found with me Paymaster Hill, Captain N. H. Davis, and Lieutenant John Hamilton. We waited some time for the others, viz., Canby, Murray, Gibbs, and Sully, to come up, but as they were not in sight, we made a dash up the road and captured 6 of the deserters, who were Germans, with heavy knapsacks on, trudging along the deep sandy road. They had not expected pursuit, had not heard our horses, and were accordingly easily taken. Finding myself the senior officer present, I ordered Lieutenant Hamilton to search the men, and then to march them back to Monterey, suspecting, as was the fact, that the rest of our party had taken a road that branched off a couple of miles back. Daylight broke as we reached the Saunas River, 12 miles out, and there the trail was broad and fresh, leading directly out on the Saunas Plain. This plain is about 5 miles wide, and then the ground becomes somewhat broken. The trail continued very plain, and I rode on at a gallop to where there was an old adobe ranch on the left of the road, with the head of a lagoon or pond close by. I saw 1 or 2 of the soldiers getting water at the pond, and others up near the house. I had the best horse, and was considerably ahead, but on looking back could see Hill and Davis coming up behind at a gallop. I motioned to them to hurry forward, and turned my horse across the head of the pond, knowing the ground well, as it was a favorite place for shooting geese and ducks. Approaching the house, I ordered the men who were outside to go in. They did not know me personally, and exchanged glances, but I had my musket cocked, and as the 2 had seen Davis and Hill coming up pretty fast, they obeyed. Dismounting, I found the house full of deserters, and there was no escape for them. They naturally supposed that I had a strong party with me, and when I ordered them to fall in, they obeyed from habit. By the time Hill and Davis came up, I had them formed in 2 ranks, the front rank facing about, and I was taking away their bayonets, pistols, etc. We disarmed them, destroying a musket and several pistols, and on counting them we found that we 3 had taken 18, which added to the 6 first captured made 24. We made them sling their knapsacks and begin their homeward march. It was near night when we got back, so that these deserters had traveled nearly 40 miles since tattoo of the night before. The other party had captured 3, so that only 1 man had escaped. I doubt not this prevented the desertion of the bulk of the 2nd Infantry that spring, for at that time so demoralizing was the effect of the gold mines that everybody not in the military service justified desertion, because a soldier, if free, could earn more money in a day than he received per month. Not only did soldiers and sailors desert, but captains and masters of ships actually abandoned their vessels and cargoes to try their luck at the mines. Preachers and professors forgot their creeds and took to trade, and even to keeping gambling houses. I remember that one of our regular soldiers, named Reese, in deserting stole a favorite double-barreled gun of mine, and when the orderly sergeant of the company, Carson, was going on furlough, I asked him when he came across Reese to try and get my gun back. When he returned, he told me that he had found Reese and offered him $100 for my gun, but Reese sent me word that he liked the gun and would not take $100 for it. Soldiers or sailors who could reach the mines were universally shielded by the miners, so that it was next to useless to attempt their recapture. In due season, General Persifer Smith, Gibbs, and I, with some hired packers, started back for San Francisco, and soon after we transferred our headquarters to Sonoma. About this time Major Joseph Hooker arrived from the East, the regular adjutant general of the division, relieved me, and I became thereafter one of General Smith's regular aides de camp. As there was very little to do, General Smith encouraged us to go into any business that would enable us to make money. R. P. Hammond, James Blair, and I made a contract to survey for Colonel J. D. Stevenson his newly projected city of New York of the Pacific, situated at the mouth of the San Joaquin River. The contract embraced also the making of soundings and the marking out of a channel through Suisun Bay. We hired in San Francisco a small metallic boat with a sail, laid in some stores, and proceeded to the United States ship Ohio, anchored at Sausalito, where we borrowed a sailor boy and lead lines with which to sound the channel. We sailed up to Benicia, and, at General Smith's request, we surveyed and marked the line dividing the city of Benicia from the government reserve. We then sounded the bay back and forth, and staked out the best channel up Suisun Bay, from which Blair made out sailing directions. We then made the preliminary surveys of the city of New York of the Pacific, all of which were duly plotted, and for this work we each received from Stevenson $500 and 10 or 15 lots. I sold enough lots to make up another $500, and let the balance go, for the city of New York of the Pacific never came to anything. Indeed, cities at the time were being projected by speculators all around the bay and all over the country. While we were surveying at New York of the Pacific, occurred one of those little events that showed the force of the gold fever. We had a sailor boy with us, about 17 years old, who cooked our meals and helped work the boat. On shore we had the sail spread so as to shelter us against the wind and dew. One morning I awoke about daylight, and looked out to see if our sailor boy was at work getting breakfast, but he was not at the fire at all. Getting up, I discovered that he had converted a tule bolsa into a sailboat, and was sailing for the gold mines. He was astride this bolsa, with a small parcel of bread and meat done up in a piece of cloth. Another piece of cloth, such as we used for making our signal stations, he had fixed into a sail, and with a paddle he was directing his precarious craft right out into the broad bay, to follow the general direction of the schooners and boats that he knew were ascending the Sacramento River. He was about 100 yards from the shore. I jerked up my gun and hailed him to come back. After a moment's hesitation, he let go his sheet and began to paddle back. This bolsa was nothing but a bundle of tule, or bulrush, bound together with grass ropes in the shape of a cigar, about 10 feet long and about 2 feet through the butt. With these the California Indians cross streams of considerable size. When he came ashore, I gave him a good overhauling for attempting to desert, and put him to work getting breakfast. In due time we returned him to his ship, the Ohio. Subsequently, I made a bargain with Mr. Hartnell to survey his ranch at Cosmos River, Sacramento Valley. Ord and a young citizen named Seaton were associated with me in this. I bought of Rodman M. Price a surveyor's compass, chain, etc., and in San Francisco a small wagon and harness. Availing ourselves of a schooner, chartered to carry Major Miller and 2 companies of the 2nd Infantry from San Francisco to Stockton, we got up to our destination at little cost. I recall an occurrence that happened when the schooner was anchored at Carquinez Straits, opposite the soldiers' camp on shore. We were waiting for daylight and a fair wind. The schooner lay anchored at an ebb tide, and about daylight Ord and I had gone ashore for something. Just as we were pulling off from shore, we heard the loud shouts of the men, and saw them all running down toward the water. Our attention thus drawn, we saw something swimming in the water, and pulled toward it, thinking it a coyote, but we soon recognized a large grizzly bear swimming directly across the channel. Not having any weapons, we hurriedly pulled for the schooner, called out as we neared it, "A bear! A bear!" It so happened that Major Miller was on deck, washing his face and hands. He ran rapidly to the bow of the vessel, took the musket from the hands of the sentinel, and fired at the bear as he passed but a short distance ahead of the schooner. The bear rose, made a growl or howl, but continued his course. As we scrambled up the port side to get our guns, the mate with the crew happened to have a boat on the starboard side, and armed only with a hatchet, they pulled up alongside the bear, and the mate struck him at the head with the hatchet. The bear turned, tried to get into the boat, but the mate struck his claws with repeated blows, and made him let go. After several passes with him, the mate actually killed the bear, got a rope around him, and towed him alongside the schooner, where he was hoisted on deck. The carcass weighed over 600 pounds. It was found that Major Miller's shot had struck the bear in the lower jaw, and thus disabled him. Had it not been for this, the bear would certainly have upset the boat and drowned all in it. As it was, however, his meat served us a good turn in our trip to Stockton. At Stockton we disembarked our wagon, provisions, and instruments. There I bought 2 fine mules at $300 each, and we hitched up and started for the Coamnes River. About 12 miles off was the Mokelumne, a wide, bold stream, with a canoe as ferry boat. We took our wagon to pieces, and ferried it and its contents across, and then drove our mules into the water. In crossing, one mule became entangled in the rope of the other, and for a time we thought he was a gone mule. But at last he revived, and we hitched up. The mules were both pack animals. Neither had ever before seen a wagon. Young Seaton also was about as green, and had never handled a mule. We put on the harness, and began to hitch them in, when one of the mules turned his head, saw the wagon, and started. We held on tight, but the beast did not stop until he had shivered the tongue pole into a dozen fragments. The fact was that Seaton had hitched the traces before he had put on the blind bridle. There was considerable swearing done, but that would not mend the pole. There was no place nearer than Sutter's Fort to repair damages, so we were put to our wits' end. We first sent back a mile or so and bought a raw hide. Gathering up the fragments of the pole and cutting the hide into strips, we finished it in the rudest manner. As long as the hide was green, the pole was very shaky, but gradually the sun dried the hide, tightened it, and the pole actually held for about a month. This cost us nearly a day of delay, but when the damages were repaired, we harnessed up again and reached the crossing of the Cosumnes, where our survey was to begin. The expedient, or title papers of the ranch, described it as containing 9 or 11 leagues on the Cosumnes south side, and between the San Joaquin River and Sierra Nevada mountains. We began at the place where the road crosses the Cosumnes, and laid down a line 4 miles south, perpendicular to the general direction of the stream. Then, surveying up the stream, we marked each mile so as to admit of a subdivision of 1 mile by 4. The land was dry and very poor, with the exception of here and there some small pieces of bottom land, the great bulk of the bottom land occurring on the north side of the stream. We continued the survey up some 20 miles into the hills above the mill of Daylor and Sheldon. It took about a month to make the survey, which, when finished, was duly plotted, and for it we received 1/10 of the land, or 2 subdivisions. Ord and I took the land, and we paid Seaton for his labor in cash. By the sale of my share of the land, subsequently, I realized $3,000. After finishing Hartnell's survey, we crossed over to Daylor's, and did some work for him at $500 a day for the party. Having finished our work on the Cosumnes, we proceeded to Sacramento, where Captain Sutter employed us to connect the survey of Sacramento City, made by Lieutenant Warner, and that of Sutterville, 3 miles below, which was then being surveyed by Lieutenant J. W. Davidson, of the First Dragoons. At Sutterville the plateau of the Sacramento approached quite near the river, and it would have been a better site for a town than the low, submerged land where the city now stands; but it seems to be a law of growth that all natural advantages are disregarded wherever once business chooses a location. Old Sutter's Embarcadero became Sacramento City simply because it was the first point used for unloading boats for Sutter's Fort, just as the site for San Francisco was fixed by the use of Yerba Buena as the hide landing for the mission of San Francisco de Assis. I invested my earnings in this survey in 3 lots in Sacramento City, on which I made a fair profit by a sale to one McNulty of Mansfield, Ohio. I only had a 2 months' leave of absence, during which General Smith, his staff, and a retinue of civil friends were making a tour of the gold mines, and, hearing that he was en route back to his headquarters at Sonoma, I knocked off my work, sold my instruments, and left my wagon and mules with my cousin Charley Hoyt, who had a store in Sacramento, and was on the point of moving up to a ranch, for which he had bargained on Bear Creek, on which was afterward established Camp Far West. He afterward sold the mules, wagon, etc., for me, and on the whole I think I cleared by those 2 months' work about $6,000. I then returned to headquarters at Sonoma in time to attend my fellow aide-de-camp Gibbs through a long and dangerous sickness, during which he was on board a store ship guarded by Captain George Johnson, who now resides in San Francisco. General Smith had agreed that on the first good opportunity he would send me to the United States as a bearer of dispatches, but this he could not do until he had made the examination of Oregon, which was also in his command. During the summer of 1849 there continued to pour into California a perfect stream of people. Steamers came, and a line was established from San Francisco to Sacramento, of which the Senator was the pioneer, charging $16 a passage, and actually coining money. Other boats were built out of materials which had either come round Cape Horn or were brought from the Sandwich Islands. Wharves were built, houses were springing up as if by magic, and the Bay of San Francisco presented as busy a scene of life as any part of the world. Major Allen, of the Quartermaster's Department, who had come out as chief quartermaster of the division, was building a large warehouse at Benicia, with a row of quarters, out of lumber at $100 per 1,000 feet, and the work was done by men at $16 a day. I have seen a detailed soldier, who got only his monthly pay of $8 a month and 20 cents a day for extra duty, nailing on weatherboards and shingles alongside a citizen who was paid $16 a day. This was a real injustice, made the soldiers discontented, and it was hardly to be wondered at that so many deserted. While the mass of people were busy at gold and in mammoth speculations, a set of busy politicians were at work to secure the prizes of civil government. Gwin and Fremont were there, and T. Butler King of Georgia had come out from the East, scheming for office. He stayed with us at Sonoma, and was generally regarded as the government candidate for United States Senator. General Riley as governor, and Captain Halleck as Secretary of State, had issued a proclamation for the election of a convention to frame a State constitution. In due time the elections were held, and the convention was assembled at Monterey. Dr. Semple was elected president, and Gwin, Sutter, Halleck, Butler King, Sherwood, Gilbert, Shannon, and others were members. General Smith took no part in this convention, but sent me down to watch the proceedings, and report to him. The only subject of interest was the slavery question. There were no slaves then in California, save a few who had come out as servants, but the Southern people at that time claimed their share of territory out of that acquired by the common labors of all sections of the Union in the war with Mexico. Still, in California there was little feeling on the subject. I never heard General Smith, who was a Louisianan, express any opinion about it, nor did Butler King, of Georgia, ever manifest any particular interest in the matter. A committee was named to draft a constitution, which in due time was reported with the usual clause, then known as the Wilmot Proviso, excluding slavery; and during the debate which ensued very little opposition was made to this clause, which was finally adopted by a large majority, although the convention was made up in large part of men from our Southern States. This matter of California being a free State, afterward, in the National Congress, gave rise to angry debate, which at one time threatened civil war. The result of the convention was the election of State officers and of the legislature, which sat in San Jose in October and November, 1849, and which elected Fremont and Gwin as the first United States Senators in Congress from the Pacific Coast. Shortly after returning from Monterey, I was sent by General Smith up to Sacramento City to instruct Lieutenants Warner and Williamson, of the engineers, to push their surveys of the Sierra Nevada mountains, for the purpose of ascertaining the possibility of passing that range by a railroad, a subject that then elicited universal interest. It was generally assumed that such a road could not be made along any of the emigrant roads then in use, and Warner's orders were to look farther north up the Feather River or some one of its tributaries. Warner was engaged in this survey during the summer and fall of 1849, and had explored to the very end of Goose Lake, the source of Feather River. Then, leaving Williamson with the baggage and part of the men, he took about 10 men and a first-rate guide, crossed the summit to the east, and had turned south, having the range of mountains on his right hand, with the intention of regaining his camp by another pass in the mountain. The party was strung out single file, with wide spaces between, Warner ahead. He had just crossed a small valley and ascended one of the spurs covered with sagebrush and rocks, when a band of Indians rose up and poured in a shower of arrows. The mule turned and ran back to the valley, where Warner fell off dead, punctured by 5 arrows. The mule also died. The guide, who was near to Warner, was mortally wounded, and 1 or 2 men had arrows in their bodies, but recovered. The party gathered about Warner's body, in sight of the Indians, who whooped and yelled, but did not venture away from their cover of rocks. This party of men remained there all day without burying the bodies, and at night, by a wide circuit, passed the mountain and reached Williamson's camp. The news of Warner's death cast a gloom over all the old Californians, who knew him well. He was a careful, prudent, and honest officer, well qualified for his business, and extremely accurate in all his work. He and I had been intimately associated during our 4 years together in California, and I felt his loss deeply. The season was then far too advanced to attempt to avenge his death, and it was not until the next spring that a party was sent out to gather up and bury his scattered bones. As winter approached, the immigrants overland came pouring into California, dusty and worn with their 2,000 miles of weary travel across the plains and mountains. Those who arrived in October and November reported thousands still behind them, with oxen perishing and short of food. Appeals were made for help, and General Smith resolved to attempt relief. Major Rucker, who had come across with Pike, Graham's battalion of dragoons, had exchanged with Major Fitzgerald of the Quartermaster's Department, and was detailed to conduct this relief. General Smith ordered him to be supplied with $100,000 out of the civil fund, subject to his control, and with this to purchase at Sacramento flour, bacon, etc., and to hire men and mules to send out and meet the emigrants. Major Rucker fulfilled this duty perfectly, sending out pack animals loaded with food by the many routes by which the emigrants were known to be approaching, went out himself with one of these trains, and remained in the mountains until the last emigrant had got in. No doubt this expedition saved many a life which has since been most useful to the country. I remained at Sacramento a good part of the fall of 1849, recognizing among the emigrants many of my old personal friends, John C. Fall, William King, Sam Stambaugh, Hugh Ewing, Hampton Denman, etc. I got Rucker to give these last 2 employment along with the train for the relief of the emigrants. They had proposed to begin a ranch on my land on the Cosumnes,
but afterward changed their minds and went out with Rucker. While I was at Sacramento, General Smith had gone on his contemplated trip to Oregon, and promised that he would be back in December, when he would send me home with dispatches. Accordingly, as the winter and rainy season was at hand, I went to San Francisco and spent some time at the Presidio, waiting patiently for General Smith's return. About Christmas a vessel arrived from Oregon with the dispatches, and an order for me to deliver them in person to General Winfield Scott in New York City. General Smith had sent them down, remaining in Oregon for a time. Of course I was all ready, and others of our set were going home by the same conveyance, viz., Rucker, Ord, A. J. Smith, some under orders, and the others on leave. Wanting to see my old friends in Monterey, I arranged for my passage in the steamer of January 1, 1850, paying $600 for passage to New York, and went down to Monterey by land, Rucker accompanying me. The weather was unusually rainy, and all the plain about Santa Clara was under water, but we reached Monterey in time. I again was welcomed by my friends, Dona Augustias, Manuelita, and the family, and it was resolved that I should take 2 of the boys home with me and put them at Georgetown College for education, viz., Antonio and Porfirio, 13 and 11 years old. The dona gave me a bag of gold dust to pay for their passage and to deposit at the college. On the 2nd day of January punctually appeared the steamer Oregon. We were all soon on board and off for home. At that time the steamers touched at San Diego, Acapulco, and Panama. Our passage down the coast was unusually pleasant. Arrived at Panama, we hired mules and rode across to Gorgona on the Cruces River, where we hired a boat and paddled down to the mouth of the river, off which lay the steamer Crescent City. It usually took 4 days to cross the isthmus, every passenger taking care of himself, and it was really funny to watch the efforts of women and men unaccustomed to mules. It was an old song to us, and the trip across was easy and interesting. In due time we were rowed off to the Crescent City, rolling back and forth in the swell, and we scrambled aboard by a Jacob's ladder from the stern. Some of the women had to be hoisted aboard by lowering a tub from the end of a boom. Fun to us who looked on, but awkward enough to the poor women, especially to a very fat one, who attracted much notice. General Fremont, wife, and child, Lily, were passengers with us down from San Francisco, but Mrs. Fremont not being well, they remained over one trip at Panama. Senator Gwin was one of our passengers, and went through to New York. We reached New York about the close of January, after a safe and pleasant trip. Our party, composed of Ord, A. J. Smith, and Rucker, with the 2 boys, Antonio and Porfirio, put up at Delmonico's on Bowling Green; and as soon as we had cleaned up somewhat, I took a carriage, went to General Scott's office in 9th Street, delivered my dispatches, was ordered to dine with him next day, and then went forth to hunt up my old friends and relations, the Scotts, Hoyts, etc., etc. On reaching New York, most of us had rough soldiers' clothing, but we soon got a new outfit, and I dined with General Scott's family, Mrs. Scott being present, and also their son-in-law and daughter, Colonel and Mrs. H. L. Scott. The general questioned me pretty closely in regard to things on the Pacific coast, especially the politics, and startled me with the assertion that our country was on the eve of a terrible civil war. He interested me by anecdotes of my old army comrades in his recent battles around the City of Mexico, and I felt deeply the fact that our country had passed through a foreign war, that my comrades had fought great battles, and yet I had not heard a hostile shot. Of course, I thought it the last and only chance in my day, and that my career as a soldier was at an end. After some 4 or 5 days spent in New York, I was, by an order of General Scott, sent to Washington to lay before the Secretary of War, Crawford, of Georgia, the dispatches which I had brought from California. On reaching Washington, I found that Mr. Ewing was Secretary of the Interior, and I at once became a member of his family. The family occupied the house of Mr. Blair on Pennsylvania Avenue, directly in front of the War Department. I immediately repaired to the War Department, and placed my dispatches in the hands of Mr. Crawford, who questioned me somewhat about California, but seemed little interested in the subject, except so far as it related to slavery and the routes through Texas. I then went to call on the President at the White House. I found Major Bliss, who had been my teacher in mathematics at West Point, and was then General Taylor's son-in-law and private secretary. He took me into the room now used by the President's private secretaries, where President Taylor was. I had never seen him before, though I had served under him in Florida in 1840–41, and was most agreeably surprised at his fine personal appearance and his pleasant, easy manners. He received me with great kindness, told me that Colonel Mason had mentioned my name with praise, and that he would be pleased to do me any act of favor. We were with him nearly an hour, talking about California generally, and of his personal friends, Persifer Smith, Riley, Canby, and others. Although General Scott was generally regarded by the army as the most accomplished soldier of the Mexican War, yet General Taylor had that blunt, honest, and stern character that endeared him to the masses of the people and made him President. Bliss, too, had gained a large fame by his marked skill and intelligence as an adjutant general and military adviser. His manner was very unmilitary, and in his talk he stammered and hesitated, so as to make an unfavorable impression on a stranger; but he was wonderfully accurate and skillful with his pen, and his orders and letters form a model of military precision and clearness. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 5 of Sherman's Recollections of California, 1846–48, 1855–57, from his Memoirs, by William Tecumseh Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, California, 1855–1857. Part 1. During the winter of 1854–55, I received frequent intimation in my letters from the St. Louis house that the bank of Page, Bacon & Company was in trouble, growing out of their relations to the Ohio and Mississippi Railroad, to the contractors for building which they had made large advances, to secure which they had been compelled to take, as it were, an assignment of the contract itself, and finally to assume all the liabilities of the contractors. Then they had to borrow money in New York, and raise other money from time to time in the purchase of iron and materials for the road, and to pay the hands. The firm in St. Louis and that in San Francisco were different, having different partners, and the St. Louis house naturally pressed the San Francisco firm to ship largely of gold dust, which gave them a great name, also to keep as large a balance as possible in New York to sustain their credit. Mr. Page was a very wealthy man, but his wealth consisted mostly of land and property in St. Louis. He was an old man, and a good one, had been a baker, and knew little of banking as a business. This part of his general business was managed exclusively by his son-in-law, Henry D. Bacon, who was young, handsome, and generally popular. How he was drawn into that affair of the Ohio and Mississippi road I have no means of knowing, except by hearsay. Their business in New York was done through the American Exchange Bank and through Duncan, Sherman & Company. As we were rival houses, the St. Louis partners removed our account from the American Exchange Bank to the Metropolitan Bank, and as Wadsworth and Sheldon had failed, I was instructed to deal in time bills and in European exchange with Schoenhardt and Gebhard, bankers in Nassau Street. In California, the house of Page, Bacon & Company was composed of the same partners as in St. Louis, with the addition of Henry Haight, Judge Chambers, and young Frank Page. The latter had charge of the branch in Sacramento. Haight was the real head man, but he was too fond of lager beer to be entrusted with so large a business. Beyond all comparison, Page, Bacon & Company were the most prominent bankers in California in 1853–55.
Though I had notice of danger in that quarter from our partners in St. Louis, nobody in California doubted their wealth and stability. They must have had, during that winter, an average deposit account of nearly $2,000,000, of which $700,000 was in certificates of deposit, the most stable of all accounts in a bank. Thousands of miners invested their earnings in such certificates, which they converted into drafts on New York when they were ready to go home or wanted to send their "pile" to their families. Adams & Company were next in order, because of their numerous offices scattered throughout the mining country. A gentleman named Haskell had been in charge of Adams & Company in San Francisco, but in the winter of 1854–55 some changes were made, and the banking department had been transferred to a magnificent office in Halleck's new metropolitan block. James King of William had discontinued business on his own account, and had been employed by Adams & Company as their cashier and banker, and Isaiah C. Wood had succeeded Haskell in chief control of the express department. Wells, Fargo & Company were also bankers as well as expressmen, and William J. Pardee was the resident partner. As the mail steamer came in on February 17, 1855, according to her custom, she ran close to the Long Wharf, Meigs's, on North Beach, to throw ashore the express parcels of news for speedy delivery. Some passenger on deck called to a man of his acquaintance standing on the wharf that Page & Bacon had failed in New York. The news spread like wildfire, but soon it was met by the newspaper accounts to the effect that some particular acceptances of Page & Bacon of St. Louis in the hands of Duncan, Sherman & Company in New York had gone to protest. All who had balances at Page, Bacon & Company's, or held certificates of deposit, were more or less alarmed, wanted to secure their money, and a general excitement pervaded the whole community. Word was soon passed around that the matter admitted of explanation, viz., that the two houses were distinct and separate concerns, that every draft of the California house had been paid in New York and would continue to be paid. It was expected that this assertion would quiet the fears of the California creditors, but for the next 3 days there was a steady run on the bank. Page, Bacon & Company stood the first day's run very well, and, as I afterward learned, paid out about $600,000 in gold coin. On the 20th of February, Henry Haight came to our bank to see what help we were willing to give him, but I was out, and Nisbet could not answer positively for the firm. Our condition was then very strong. The deposit account was about $600,000, and we had in our vault about $500,000 in coin and bullion, besides an equal amount of good bills receivable. Still, I did not like to weaken ourselves to help others, but in a most friendly spirit, that night after bank hours, I went down to Page, Bacon & Company, and entered their office from the rear. I found in the cashier's room Folsom, Parrott, Dewey, and Payne, Captain Ritchie, Donahue, and others, citizens and friends of the house, who had been called in for consultation. Passing into the main office, where all the bookkeepers, tellers, etc., with gas lights, were busy writing up the day's work, I found Mr. Page, Henry Haight, and Judge Chambers. I spoke to Haight, saying that I was sorry I had been out when he called at our bank, and had now come to see him in the most friendly spirit. Haight had evidently been drinking, and said abruptly that all the banks would break, that no bank could instantly pay all its obligations, etc. I answered he could speak for himself, but not for me; that I had come to offer to buy with cash a fair proportion of his bullion, notes, and bills; but if they were going to fail, I would not be drawn in. Haight's manner was extremely offensive, but Mr. Page tried to smooth it over, saying they had had a bad day's run, and could not answer for the result till their books were written up. I passed back again into the room where the before-mentioned gentlemen were discussing some paper which lay before them, and was going to pass out, when Captain Folsom, who was an officer of the army, a classmate and intimate friend of mine, handed me the paper, the contents of which they were discussing. It was very short, and in Henry Haight's handwriting, pretty much in these terms: We, the undersigned property owners of San Francisco, having personally examined the books, papers, etc., of Page, Bacon & Company, do hereby certify that the house is solvent and able to pay all its debts, etc. Haight had drawn up and asked them to sign this paper, with the intention to publish it in the next morning's paper for effect. While I was talking with Captain Folsom, Haight came into the room to listen. I admitted that the effect of such a publication would surely be good, and would probably stave off immediate demand till their assets could be in part converted or realized. But I naturally inquired of Folsom, "Have you personally examined the accounts as herein recited, and the assets, enough to warrant your signature to this paper? For thereby you in effect become endorsers." Folsom said that they had not, when Haight turned to me rudely and said, "Do you think the affairs of such a house as Page, Bacon & Company can be critically examined in an hour?" I answered, "These gentlemen can do what they please, but they have 12 hours before the bank will open on the morrow, and if the ledger is written up, as I believed it was or could be by midnight, they can, by counting the coin, bullion on hand, and notes or stocks of immediate realization, approximate near enough for them to endorse for the remainder." But Haight pooh-poohed me, and I left. Folsom followed me out, told me he could not afford to imperil all he had, and asked my advice. I explained to him that my partner Nisbet had been educated and trained in that very house of Page, Bacon & Company, that we kept our books exactly as they did, that every day the ledger was drawn up, so that from it one could see exactly how much actual money was due the depositors and certificates, and then, by counting the money in the vault, estimating the bullion on hand, which, though not actual money, could easily be converted into coin, and supplementing these amounts by bills receivable, they ought to arrive at an approximate result. After Folsom had left me, John Parrott also stopped and talked with me to the same effect. Next morning I looked out for the notice, but no such notice appeared in the morning papers, and I afterward learned that, on Parrott and Folsom demanding an actual count of the money in the vault, Haight angrily refused, unless they would accept his word for it, when one after the other declined to sign his paper. The run on Page, Bacon & Company therefore continued throughout the 21st, and I expected all day to get an invitation to close our bank for the next day, February 22d, which we could have made a holiday by concerted action. But each banker waited for Page, Bacon & Company to ask for it, and no such circular coming, in the then state of feeling, no other banker was willing to take the initiative. On the morning of February 22, 1855, everybody was startled by receiving a small slip of paper delivered at all the houses, on which was printed a short notice that, for want of coin, Page, Bacon & Company found it necessary to close their bank for a short time. Of course, we all knew the consequences, and that every other bank in San Francisco would be tried. During the 22d we all kept open, and watched our depositors closely; but the day was generally observed by the people as a holiday, and the firemen paraded the streets of San Francisco in unusual strength. But, on writing up our books that night, we found that our deposit account had diminished about $65,000. Still, there was no run on us, or any other of the banks, that day. Yet, observing little knots of men on the street, discussing the state of the banks generally, and overhearing Haight's expression quoted, that in case of the failure of Page, Bacon & Company, all the other banks would break, I deemed it prudent to make ready. For some days we had refused all loans and renewals, and we tried without success some of our call loans, but, like Hotspur's spirits, they would not come. Our financial condition on that day, February 22, 1855, was: due depositors and demand certificates, $520,000, to meet which we had in the vault coin $380,000, bullion $75,000, and bills receivable about $600,000. Of these, at least $100,000 were in demand, with stock collaterals. Therefore, for the extent of our business, we were stronger than the Bank of England, or any bank in New York City. Before daylight next morning our doorbell was rung, and I was called downstairs by E. Casserly, Esquire, an eminent lawyer of the day, since United States Senator, who informed me he had just come up from the office of Adams & Company to tell me that their affairs were in such condition that they would not open that morning at all, and that this, added to the suspension of Page, Bacon & Company, announced the day before, would surely cause a general run on all the banks. I informed him that I expected as much, and was prepared for it. In going down to the bank that morning, I found Montgomery Street full, but punctually to the minute the bank opened, and in rushed the crowd. As usual, the most noisy and clamorous were men and women who held small certificates. Still, others with larger accounts were in the crowd, pushing forward for their balances. All were promptly met and paid. Several gentlemen of my personal acquaintance merely asked my word of honor that their money was safe, and went away. Others, who had large balances and no immediate use for coin, gladly accepted gold bars, whereby we paid out the $75,000 of bullion, relieving the coin to that amount. Meantime, rumors from the street came pouring in that Wright & Company had failed, then Wells, Fargo & Company, then Palmer, Cook & Company, and indeed all, or nearly all, the banks of the city; and I was told that parties on the street were betting high, first that we would close our doors at 11 o'clock, then 12, and so on, but we did not till the usual hour that night. We had paid every demand, and still had a respectable amount left. This run on the bank, the only one I ever experienced, presented all the features, serious and comical, usual to such occasions. At our counter happened that identical case, narrated of others, of the Frenchman who was nearly squeezed to death in getting to the counter, and when he received his money did not know what to do with it. "If you got the money, I no want him. If you no got him, I want it like the devil." Toward the close of the day, some of our customers deposited rather ostentatiously small amounts, not aggregating more than $8,000 or $10,000. Bookkeepers and tellers were kept at work to write up the books, and these showed due depositors and certificates about $120,000, for which remained of coin about $50,000. I resolved not to sleep until I had collected from those owing the bank a part of their debts, for I was angry with them that they had stood back and allowed the panic to fall on the banks alone. Among these were Captain Folsom, who owed us $25,000, secured by a mortgage on the American Theater and Tehama Hotel; James Smiley, contractor for building the Custom House, who owed us 2 notes of $20,000 and $16,000, for which we held, as collateral, 2 acceptances of the collector of the port, Major R. P. Hammond, for $20,000 each, besides other private parties that I need not name. The acceptances given to Smiley were for work done on the Custom House, but could not be paid until the work was actually laid in the walls and certified by Major Tower, United States Engineers. But Smiley had an immense amount of granite, brick, iron, etc., on the ground in advance of construction, and these acceptances were given him expressly that he might raise money thereon for the payment of such materials. Therefore, as soon as I got my dinner, I took my saddle horse and rode to Captain Folsom's house, where I found him in great pain and distress, mental and physical. He was sitting in a chair and bathing his head with a sponge. I explained to him the object of my visit, and he said he had expected it, and had already sent his agent, Van Winkle, downtown, with instructions to raise what money he could at any cost; but he did not succeed in raising a cent. So great was the shock to public confidence that men slept on their money, and would not loan it for 10% a week on any security whatever, even on mint certificates which were as good as gold, and only required about 10 days to be paid in coin by the United States Mint. I then rode up to Hammond's house on Rincon Hill, and found him there.
I explained to him exactly Smiley's affairs, and only asked him to pay one of his acceptances. He inquired, "Why not both?" I answered that was so much the better; it would put me under still greater obligations. He then agreed to meet me at our bank at 10 p.m. I sent word to others that I demanded them to pay what they could on their paper, and then returned to the bank to meet Hammond. In due time he came down with Palmer, of Palmer, Cook & Co., and there he met Smiley, who was, of course, very anxious to retire his notes. We there discussed the matter fully, when Hammond said, "Sherman, give me my 2 acceptances, and I will substitute therefor my check of $40,000, with the distinct understanding that if the money is not needed by you, it shall be returned to me, and the transaction then to remain statu quo." To this there was a general assent. Nisbet handed him his 2 acceptances, and he handed me his check, signed as collector of the port, on Major J. R. Snyder, United States Treasurer, for $40,000. I afterward rode out that night to Major Snyder's house on North Beach, saw him, and he agreed to meet me at 8 a.m. next day at the United States Mint, and to pay the check, so that I could have the money before the bank opened. The next morning, as agreed on, we met, and he paid me the check in 2 sealed bags of gold coin, each marked $20,000, which I had carried to the bank, but never opened them or even broke the seals. That morning our bank opened as usual, but there was no appearance of a continuation of the run. On the contrary, money began to come back on deposit, so that by night we had a considerable increase, and this went on from day to day, till nearly the old condition of things returned. After about 3 days, finding I had no use for the money obtained on Hammond's check, I took the identical 2 bags back to the cashier of the Custom House, and recovered the 2 acceptances, which had been surrendered as described, and Smiley's 2 notes were afterward paid in their due course out of the cash received on those identical acceptances. But years afterwards, on settling with Hammond for the Custom House contract, when completed, there was a difference, and Smiley sued Lucas, Turner & Co. for money had and received for his benefit, being the identical $40,000 herein explained, but he lost his case. Hammond, too, was afterward removed from office and indicted in part for this transaction. He was tried before the United States Circuit Court, Judge McAllister presiding, for a violation of the Sub-Treasury Act, but was acquitted. Our bank, having thus passed so well through the crisis, took at once a first rank; but these bank failures had caused so many mercantile losses, and had led to such an utter downfall in the value of real estate, that everybody lost more or less money by bad debts, by depreciation of stocks and collaterals that became unsaleable, if not worthless. About this time, viz., February, 1855, I had exchanged my house on Green Street with Mr. Sloat for the half of a 50 vara lot on Harrison Street, between Fremont and First, on which there was a small cottage, and I had contracted for the building of a new frame house thereon at $6,000. This house was finished on the 9th of April, and my family moved into it at once. For some time Mrs. Sherman had been anxious to go home to Lancaster, Ohio, where we had left our daughter Minnie with her grandparents, and we arranged that S. M. Bowman, Esquire, and wife should move into our new house and board us, viz., Lizzie, Willie with the nurse Biddy, and myself, for a fair consideration. It so happened that 2 of my personal friends, Messrs. Winters and Cunningham, of Marysville, and a young fellow named Egan, now a captain in the commissary department, were going East in the steamer of the middle of April, and that Mr. William H. Aspinwall, of New York, and Mr. Chauncey, of Philadelphia, were also going back, and they all offered to look to the personal comfort of Mrs. Sherman on the voyage. They took passage in the steamer Golden Age, Commodore Watkins, which sailed on April 17, 1855. Their passage down the coast was very pleasant till within a day's distance of Panama, when one bright moonlit night, April 29th, the ship, running at full speed between the islands Quibo and Quicara, struck on a sunken reef, tore out a streak in her bottom, and at once began to fill with water.
Fortunately she did not sink fast, but swung off into deep water, and Commodore Watkins, happening to be on deck at the moment, walking with Mr. Aspinwall, learning that the water was rushing in with great rapidity, gave orders for a full head of steam, and turned the vessel's bow straight for the island Quicara. The water rose rapidly in the hold, the passengers were all assembled, fearful of going down, the fires were out, and the last revolution of the wheels made, when her bow touched gently on the beach, and the vessel's stern sank in deep water. Lines were got out, and the ship held in an upright position, so that the passengers were safe, and but little incommoded. I have often heard Mrs. Sherman tell of the boy Egan, then about 14 years old, coming to her stateroom and telling to her not to be afraid, as he was a good swimmer, but on coming out into the cabin, partially dressed, she felt more confidence in the cool manner, bearing, and greater strength of Mr. Winters. There must have been nearly 1,000 souls on board at the time, few of whom could have been saved had the steamer gone down in mid-channel, which surely would have resulted, had not Commodore Watkins been on deck, or had he been less prompt in his determination to beach his ship. A sailboat was dispatched toward Panama, which luckily met the steamer John T. Stevens, just coming out of the bay, loaded with about 1,000 passengers, bound for San Francisco, and she at once proceeded to the relief of the Golden Age. Her passengers were transferred in small boats to the Stevens, which vessel, with their 2,000 people, crowded together with hardly standing room, returned to Panama, whence the passengers for the East proceeded to their destination without further delay. Luckily for Mrs. Sherman, Purser Goddard, an old Ohio friend of ours, was on the Stevens, and most kindly gave up his own room to her, and such lady friends as she included in her party. The Golden Age was afterward partially repaired at Quicara, pumped out, and steamed to Panama, when, after further repairs, she resumed her place in the line. I think she is still in existence, but Commodore Watkins afterward lost his life in China by falling down a hatchway. Mrs. Sherman returned in the latter part of November of the same year, when Mr. and Mrs. Bowman, who meantime had bought a lot next to us and erected a house thereon, removed to it, and we thus continued close neighbors and friends until we left the country for good in 1857. During the summer of 1856, in San Francisco, occurred one of those unhappy events, too common to new countries, in which I became involved in spite of myself. William Neely Johnson was Governor of California and resided at Sacramento City. General John E. Wood commanded the Department of California, having succeeded General Hitchcock, and had his headquarters at Benicia, and a Mr. Van Ness was mayor of the city. Politics had become a regular and profitable business, and politicians were more than suspected of being corrupt. It was reported and currently believed that the sheriff, Scannell, had been required to pay the Democratic Central Committee $100,000 for his nomination, which was equivalent to an election, for an office of the nominal salary of $12,000 a year for 4 years. In the election all sorts of dishonesty were charged and believed, especially of ballot-box stuffing, and, too, generally the better classes avoided the elections and dodged jury duty, so that the affairs of the city government necessarily passed into the hands of a low set of professional politicians. Among them was a man named James Casey, who edited a small paper, the printing office of which was in a room on the 3rd floor of our banking office. I hardly knew him by sight, and rarely, if ever, saw his paper. But one day Mr. Sather, of the excellent banking firm of Drexel, Sather & Church, came to me and called my attention to an article in Casey's paper so full of falsehood and malice that we construed it as an effort to blackmail the banks generally. At that time we were all laboring to restore confidence, which had been so rudely shaken by the panic, and I went upstairs, found Casey, and pointed out to him the objectionable nature of his article, told him plainly that I could not tolerate his attempt to print and circulate slanders in our building, and if he repeated it, I would cause him and his press to be thrown out of the windows. He took the hint and moved to more friendly quarters. I mention this fact to show my estimate of the man who became a figure in the drama I am about to describe. James King of William, as before explained, was in 1853 a banker on his own account, but sometime in 1854 he had closed out his business and engaged with Adams & Company as cashier. When this firm failed, he, in common with all the employees, was thrown out of employment and had to look around for something else. He settled down to the publication of an evening paper called the Bulletin, and being a man of fine manners and address, he at once constituted himself the champion of society against the public and private characters whom he saw fit to arraign. As might have been expected, this soon brought him into the usual newspaper war with other editors, and especially with Casey, and epithets a la Eatanswill were soon bandying back and forth between them. One evening of May, 1856, King published in the Bulletin copies of papers procured from New York to show that Casey had once been sentenced to the state penitentiary at Sing Sing. Casey took mortal offense and called at the Bulletin office on the corner of Montgomery and Merchant Streets, where he found King, and violent words passed between them, resulting in Casey giving King notice that he would shoot him on sight. King remained in his office till about 5 or 6 p.m., when he started towards his home on Stockton Street, and as he neared the corner of Washington, Casey approached him from the opposite direction, called to him, and began firing. King had on a short cloak, and in his breast pocket a small pistol, which he did not use. One of Casey's shots struck him high up in the breast, from which he reeled, was caught by some passing friend, and carried into the express office on the corner, where he was laid on the counter, and a surgeon sent for. Casey escaped up Washington Street, went to the City Hall, and delivered himself to the sheriff, Scannell, who conveyed him to jail and locked him in a cell. Meantime, the news spread like wildfire, and all the city was in commotion, for grog was very popular. Nesbitt, who boarded with us on Harrison Street, had been delayed at the bank later than usual, so that he happened to be near at the time, and when he came out to dinner he brought me news of this affair, and said that there was every appearance of a riot downtown that night. This occurred toward the evening of May 14, 1856. It so happened, on the urgent solicitation of Van Winkle and of Governor Johnson, I had only a few days before agreed to accept the commission of Major General of the 2nd Division of Militia, embracing San Francisco. I had received the commission, but had not as yet formally accepted it, or even put myself in communication with the volunteer companies of the city. Of these, at that moment of time, there was a company of artillery with 4 guns, commanded by a Captain Johns, formerly of the army, and 2 or 3 uniformed companies of infantry. After dinner I went downtown to see what was going on, found that King had been removed to a room in the Metropolitan Block, that his life was in great peril, that Casey was safe in jail, and the sheriff had called to his assistance a posse of the city police, some citizens, and one of the militia companies. The people were gathered in groups on the streets, and the words "Vigilance Committee" were freely spoken, but I saw no signs of immediate violence. The next morning I again went to the jail and found all things quiet, but the militia had withdrawn. I then went to the City Hall, saw the mayor, Van Ness, and some of the city officials, agreed to do what I could to maintain order with such militia as were at hand, and then formally accepted the commission and took the oath. In 1851, when I was not in California, there had been a Vigilance Committee, and it was understood that its organization still existed. All the newspapers took ground in favor of the Vigilance Committee, except the Herald, John Nugent editor, and nearly all the best people favored that means of redress. I could see they were organizing, hiring rendezvous, collecting arms, etc., without concealment. It was soon manifest that the companies of volunteers would go with the committee, and that the public authorities could not rely on them for aid or defense. Still, there were a good many citizens who contended that if the civil authorities were properly sustained by the people at large, they could and would execute the law. But the papers inflamed the public mind, and the controversy spread to the country. About the third day after the shooting of King, Governor Johnson telegraphed me that he would be down in the evening boat, and asked me to meet him on arrival for consultation. I got C. H. Garrison to go with me, and we met the Governor and his brother on the wharf, and walked up to the International Hotel on Jackson Street, above Montgomery. We discussed the state of affairs fully, and Johnson, on learning that his particular friend William T. Coleman was the president of the Vigilance Committee, proposed to go and see him. En route, we stopped at King's room, ascertained that he was slowly sinking, and could not live long; and then, near midnight, we walked to the Turnverein Hall, where the committee was known to be sitting in consultation. This hall was on Bush Street, at about the intersection of Stockton. It was all lighted up within, but the door was locked. The Governor knocked at the door, and on inquiry from inside, "Who's there?" gave his name. After some delay, we were admitted into a sort of vestibule, beyond which was a large hall, and we could hear the suppressed voices of a multitude. We were shown into a bar room to the right, when the Governor asked to see Coleman. The man left us, went into the main hall, and soon returned with Coleman, who was pale and agitated. After shaking hands all round, the Governor said, "Coleman, what the devil is the matter here?" Coleman said, "Governor, it is time this shooting on our streets should stop." The Governor replied, "I agree with you perfectly, and have come down from Sacramento to assist." Coleman rejoined that "the people were tired of it, and had no faith in the officers of the law." A general conversation then followed, in which it was admitted that King would die, and that Casey must be executed; but the manner of execution was the thing to be settled, Coleman contending that the people would do it without trusting the courts or the sheriff. It so happened that at that time Judge Norton was on the bench of the court having jurisdiction, and he was universally recognized as an able and upright man, whom no one could or did mistrust, and it also happened that a grand jury was then in session. Johnson argued that the time had passed in California for mobs and vigilance committees, and said if Coleman and associates would use their influence to support the law, he, the Governor, would undertake that, as soon as King died, the grand jury would indict, that Judge Norton would try the murderer, and the whole proceeding should be as speedy as decency would allow. Then Coleman said the people had no confidence in Scannell, the sheriff, who was, he said, in collusion with the rowdy element of San Francisco. Johnson then offered to be personally responsible that Casey should be safely guarded, and should be forthcoming for trial and execution at the proper time. I remember very well Johnson's assertion that he had no right to make these stipulations, and maybe no power to fulfill them, but he did it to save the city and State from the disgrace of a mob. Coleman disclaimed that the Vigilance Committee was a mob, admitted that the proposition of the Governor was fair, and all he or any one should ask, and added if we would wait a while he would submit it to the council and bring back an answer. We waited nearly an hour, and could hear the hum of voices in the hall, but no words, when Coleman came back, accompanied by a committee, of which I think the two brothers Arrington, Thomas Smiley, the auctioneer, Seymour, Truett, and others, were members. The whole conversation was gone over again, and the Governor's proposition was positively agreed to, with this further condition, that the Vigilance Committee should send into the jail a small force of their own men, to make certain that Casey should not be carried off or allowed to escape. The Governor, his brother William, Garrison, and I then went up to the jail, where we found the sheriff and his posse comitatus of police and citizens. These were styled the Law and Order Party, and some of them took offense that the Governor should have held communication with the damned rebels, and several of them left the jail. But the sheriff seemed to agree with the Governor that what he had done was right and best; and while we were there some 8 or 10 armed men arrived from the Vigilance Committee, and were received by the sheriff, Scannell, as a part of his regular posse. The Governor then, near daylight, went to his hotel, and I to my house for a short sleep. Next day I was at the bank, as usual, when about noon the Governor called and asked me to walk with him down street. He said he had just received a message from the Vigilance Committee, to the effect that they were not bound by Coleman's promise not to do anything till the regular trial by jury should be had, etc. He was with reason furious, and asked me to go with him to Truett's store, over which the Executive Committee was said to be in session. We were admitted to a front room upstairs, and heard voices in the back room. The Governor inquired for Coleman, but he was not forthcoming. Another of the committee, Seymour, met us, denied in toto the promise of the night before, and the Governor openly accused him of treachery and falsehood. The quarrel became public, and the newspapers took it up, both parties turning on the Governor. One, the Vigilantes, denying the promise made by Coleman, their president, and the other, the Law and Order party, refusing any farther assistance because Johnson had stooped to make terms with rebels. At all events, he was powerless, and he had to let matters drift to a conclusion. End of Chapter 5, Part 1.
Chapter 5 of Sherman's Recollections of California, 1846, 1848, 1855, 1857, from his Memoirs, by William Tecumseh Sherman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, California, 1855, 1857, Part 2. King died about Friday, May 20th, and the funeral was appointed for the next Sunday. Early on that day the Governor sent for me at my house. I found him on the roof of the International, from which we looked down on the whole city, and more especially the face of Telegraph Hill, which was already covered with a crowd of people, while others were moving toward the jail on Broadway. Parties of armed men, in good order, were marching by platoons in the same direction, and formed in line along Broadway, facing the jail door. Soon a small party was seen to advance to this door and knock. A parley ensued, the doors were opened, and Casey was led out. In a few minutes another prisoner was brought out, who proved to be Cora, a man who had once been tried for killing Richardson, the United States Marshal, when the jury disagreed, and he was awaiting a new trial. These prisoners were placed in carriages and escorted by the armed force down to the rooms of the Vigilance Committee, through the principal streets of the city. The day was exceedingly beautiful, and the whole proceeding was orderly in the extreme. I was under the impression that Casey and Cora were hanged that same Sunday, but was probably in error. But in a very few days they were hanged by the neck, dead, suspended from beams projecting from the windows of the committee's rooms, without another trial that could be given in secret and by night. We all thought the matter had ended there, and accordingly the Governor returned to Sacramento in disgust, and I went about my business. But it soon became manifest that the Vigilance Committee had no intention to surrender the power thus usurped. They took a building on Clay Street, near Front, fortified it, employed guards and armed sentinels, sat in midnight council, issued writs of arrest and banishment, and utterly ignored all authority but their own. A good many men were banished and forced to leave the country, but they were of that class we could well spare. Yankee Sullivan, a prisoner in their custody, committed suicide, and a feeling of general insecurity pervaded the city. Business was deranged, and the Bulletin, then under control of Tom King, a brother of James, poured out its abuse on some of our best men, as well as the worst. Governor Johnson, being again appealed to, concluded to go to work regularly, and telegraphed me about the 1st of June to meet him at General Wool's headquarters at Benicia that night. I went up, and we met at the hotel where General Wool was boarding. Johnson had with him his Secretary of State. We discussed the state of the country generally, and I had agreed that if Wool would give us arms and ammunition out of the United States arsenal at Benicia, and if Commodore Farragut, of the Navy, commanding the Navy Yard on Mare Island, would give us a ship, I would call out volunteers, and when a sufficient number had responded, I would have the arms come down from Benicia in the ship, arm my men, take possession of a 32-pound gun battery at the Marine Hospital on Rincon Point, thence command a dispersion of the unlawfully armed force of the Vigilance Committee, and arrest some of the leaders. We played cards that night, carrying on a conversation in which Wool insisted on a proclamation commanding the Vigilance Committee to disperse, etc., and he told us how he had on some occasion, as far back as 1814, suppressed a mutiny on the northern frontier. I did not understand him to make any distinct promise of assistance that night, but he invited us to accompany him on an inspection of the arsenal the next day, which we did. On handling some rifled muskets in the arsenal storehouse, he asked me how they would answer our purpose. I said they were the very things, and that we did not want cartridge boxes or belts, but that I would have the cartridges carried in the breeches pockets and the caps in the vest pockets. I knew that there were stored in that arsenal 4,000 muskets, for I recognized the boxes which we had carried out in the Lexington around Cape Horn in 1846. Afterward we all met at the quarters of Captain D.R. Jones of the Army, and I saw the Secretary of State, D.F. Douglas, Esquire, walk out with General Wool in earnest conversation, and this Secretary of State afterward asserted that Wool there and then promised us the arms and ammunition, provided the Governor would make his proclamation for the committee to disperse, and that I should afterwards call out the militia, etc. On the way back to the hotel in Benicia, General Wool, Captain Callender of the Arsenal, and I were walking side by side, and I was telling him, General Wool, that I would also need some ammunition for the 32-pound guns then in position at Rincon Point, when Wool turned to Callender and inquired, "Did I not order those guns to be brought away?" Callender said, "Yes, General, I made a requisition on the quartermaster for transportation, but his schooner had been so busy that the guns are still there." Then said Wool, "Let them remain. We will have use for them." I therefrom inferred, of course, that it was all agreed to, so far as he was concerned. Soon after we had reached the hotel, we ordered a buggy, and Governor Johnson and I drove to Vallejo, 6 miles, crossed over to Mare Island, and walked up to the commandant's house, where we found Commodore Farragut and his family. We stated our business fairly, but the Commodore answered very frankly that he had no authority, without orders from his department, to take any part in civil broils. He doubted the wisdom of the attempt, said he had no ship available except the John Adams, Captain Botwell, and that she needed repairs. But he assented at last to the proposition to let the sloop John Adams drop down abreast of the city after certain repairs, to lie off there for moral effect, which afterward actually occurred. We then returned to Benicia, and Wool's first question was, "What luck?" We answered, "Not much," and explained what Commodore Farragut could and would do, and that, instead of having a naval vessel, we would seize and use one of the Pacific Mail Company's steamers lying at their dock in Benicia to carry down to San Francisco the arms and munitions when the time came. As the time was then near at hand for the arrival of the evening boats, we all walked down to the wharf together, where I told Johnson that he could not be too careful, that I had not heard General Wool make a positive promise of assistance. Upon this, Johnson called General Wool to one side, and we three drew together. Johnson said, "General Wool, General Sherman is very particular, and wants to know exactly what you propose to do." Wool answered,
I understand, Governor, that in the first place a writ of habeas corpus will be issued commanding the jailers of the Vigilance Committee to produce the body of some one of the prisoners held by them, which of course will be refused; that you then issue your proclamation commanding them to disperse, and failing this you will call out the militia and command General Sherman with it to suppress the Vigilance Committee as an unlawful body, to which the Governor responded, "Yes." Then, said Wool, on General Sherman's making his requisition approved by you, I will order the issue of the necessary arms and ammunition. I remember well that I said emphatically, "That is all I want. Now, Governor, you may go ahead." We soon parted, Johnson and Douglas taking the boat to Sacramento, and I to San Francisco. The Chief Justice, Terry, came to San Francisco the next day, issued a writ of habeas corpus for the body of one Maloney, which writ was resisted, as we expected. The Governor then issued his proclamation, and I published my orders, dated June 4, 1855. The Quartermaster General of the State, General Kibb, also came to San Francisco, took an office in the City Hall, engaged several rooms for armories, and soon the men began to enroll into companies. In my general orders, calling out the militia, I used the expression, "When a sufficient number of men are enrolled, arms and ammunition will be supplied." Some of the best men of the Vigilantes came to me and remonstrated, saying that collision would surely result, that it would be terrible, etc. All I could say in reply was that it was for them to get out of the way. Remove your fort, cease your midnight councils, and prevent your armed bodies from patrolling the streets. They inquired where I was to get arms, and I answered that I had them certain. But personally I went right along with my business at the bank, conscious that at any moment we might have trouble. Another committee of citizens, a conciliatory body, was formed to prevent collision if possible, and the newspapers boiled over with vehement vituperation. This second committee was composed of such men as Crockett, Ritchie, Thornton, Bailey Peyton, Foote, Donahue Kelly, and others, a class of the most intelligent and wealthy men of the city, who earnestly and honestly desired to prevent bloodshed. They also came to me, and I told them that our men were enrolling very fast, and that, when I deemed the right moment had come, the Vigilance Committee must disperse, else bloodshed and destruction of property would inevitably follow. They also had discovered that the better men of the Vigilance Committee itself were getting tired of the business, and thought that in the execution of Casey and Cora, and the banishment of a dozen or more rowdies, they had done enough, and were then willing to stop. It was suggested that if our law and order party would not arm by a certain day near at hand, the committee would disperse, and some of their leaders would submit to an indictment and trial by a jury of citizens, which they knew would acquit them of crime. One day in the bank a man called me to the counter and said, "If you expect to get arms of General Wool, you will be mistaken, for I was at Benicia yesterday and heard him say he would not give them." This person was known to me to be a man of truth, and I immediately wrote to General Wool a letter telling him what I had heard, and how any hesitation on his part would compromise me as a man of truth and honor, adding that I did not believe we should ever need the arms, but only the promise of them, for the committee was letting down and would soon disperse and submit to the law, etc. I further asked him to answer me categorically that very night by the Stockton boat, which would pass Benicia on its way down about midnight, and I would sit up and wait for his answer. I did wait for his letter, but it did not come, and the next day I got a telegraphic dispatch from Governor Johnson, who at Sacramento had also heard of General Wool's back down, asking me to meet him again at Benicia that night. I went up in the evening boat, and found General Wool's aide-de-camp, Captain Arnold, of the army, on the wharf with a letter in his hand, which he said was for me. I asked for it, but he said he knew its importance, and preferred we should go to General Wool's room together, and the general could hand it to me in person. We did go right up to General Wool's, who took the sealed parcel and laid it aside, saying that it was literally a copy of one he had sent to Governor Johnson, who would doubtless give me a copy; but I insisted that I had made a written communication and was entitled to a written answer. At that moment several gentlemen of the conciliation party, who had come up in the same steamer with me, asked for admission and came in. I recall the names of Crockett, Foote, Bailey Peyton, Judge Thornton, Donahue, etc., and the conversation became general, Wool trying to explain away the effect of our misunderstanding, taking good pains not to deny his promise made to me personally on the wharf. I renewed my application for the letter addressed to me, then lying on his table. On my statement of the case, Bailey Peyton said, "General Wool, I think General Sherman has a right to a written answer from you, for he is surely compromised." Upon this, Wool handed me the letter. I opened and read it, and it denied any promise of arms, but otherwise was extremely evasive and non-committal. I had heard of the arrival at the wharf of the Governor and party, and was expecting them at Wool's room, but instead of stopping at the hotel where we were, they passed to another hotel on the block above. I went up and found there, in a room on the second floor over the bar room, Governor Johnson, Chief Justice Terry, Jones, of Palmer, Cook & Company, E. D. Baker, Volney E. Howard, and one or two others. All were talking furiously against Wool, denouncing him as a damned liar, and not sparing the severest terms. I showed the Governor General Wool's letter to me, which he said was in effect the same as the one addressed to and received by him at Sacramento. He was so offended that he would not even call on General Wool, and said he would never again recognize him as an officer or gentleman. We discussed matters generally, and Judge Terry said that the Vigilance Committee were a set of damned pork merchants, that they were getting scared, and that General Wool was in collusion with them to bring the State into contempt, etc. I explained that there were no arms in the State except what General Wool had, or what were in the hands of the Vigilance Committee of San Francisco, and that the part of wisdom for us was to be patient and cautious. About that time, Crockett and his associates sent up their cards, but Terry and the more violent of the Governor's followers denounced them as no better than vigilantes, and wanted the Governor to refuse even to receive them. I explained that they were not vigilantes, that Judge Thornton was a law and order man, was one of the first to respond to the call of the sheriff, and that he went actually to the jail with his one arm the night we expected the first attempt at rescue, etc. Johnson then sent word for them to reduce their business to writing. They simply sent in a written request for an audience, and they were then promptly admitted. After some general conversation, the Governor said that he was prepared to hear them, when Mr. Crockett rose and made a prepared speech, embracing a clear and fair statement of the condition of things in San Francisco, concluding with the assertion of the willingness of the committee to disband and submit to trial after a certain date not very remote. All the time Crockett was speaking, Terry sat with his hat on, drawn over his eyes, and with his feet on a table. As soon as Crockett was through, they were dismissed, and Johnson began to prepare a written answer. This was scratched, altered, and amended to suit the notions of his counselors, and at last was copied and sent. This answer amounted to little or nothing. Seeing that we were powerless for good, and that violent counsels would prevail under the influence of Terry and others, I sat down at the table and wrote my resignation, which Johnson accepted in a complimentary note on the spot, and at the same time he appointed to my place General Volney E. Howard, then present, a lawyer who had once been a member of Congress from Texas, and who was expected to drive the damned pork merchants into the bay at short notice. I went soon after to General Wool's room, where I found Crockett and the rest of his party, told them that I was out of the fight, having resigned my commission, that I had neglected business that had been entrusted to me by my St. Louis partners, and that I would thenceforward mind my own business and leave public affairs severely alone. We all returned to San Francisco that night by the Stockton boat, and I never afterward had anything to do with politics in California, perfectly satisfied with that short experience. Johnson and Wool fought out their quarrel of veracity in the newspapers and on paper, but in my opinion there is not a shadow of doubt that General Wool did deliberately deceive us, that he had authority to issue arms, and that, had he adhered to his promise, we could have checked the committee before it became a fixed institution and a part of the common law of California. Major General Volney E. Howard came to San Francisco soon after, continued the organization of militia which I had begun, succeeded in getting a few arms from the country, but one day the Vigilance Committee sallied from their armories, captured the arms of the Law and Order party, put some of their men into prison, while General Howard, with others, escaped to the country. After which the Vigilance Committee had it all their own way. Subsequently, in July, 1856, they arrested Chief Justice Terry, and tried him for stabbing one of their constables, but he managed to escape at night, and took refuge on the John Adams. In August they hanged Hetherington and Brace in broad daylight, without any jury trial, and soon after they quietly disbanded. As they controlled the press, they wrote their own history, and the world generally gives them the credit of having purged San Francisco of rowdies and roughs; but their success has given great stimulus to a dangerous principle, that would at any time justify the mob in seizing all the power of government. And who is to say that the Vigilance Committee may not be composed of the worst, instead of the best, elements of a community? Indeed, in San Francisco, as soon as it was demonstrated that the real power had passed from the City Hall to the committee room, the same set of bailiffs, constables, and rowdies that had infested the City Hall were found in the employment of the vigilantes; and after 3 months' experience the better class of people became tired of the midnight sessions, and left the business and power of the committee in the hands of a court, of which a Sydney man was reported to be the head, or chief justice. During the winter of 1855-56, and indeed throughout the year 1856, all kinds of business became unsettled in California. The mines continued to yield about 50 millions of gold a year, but little attention was paid to agriculture or to any business other than that of mining, and as the placer gold was becoming worked out, the miners were restless and uneasy, and were shifting about from place to place, impelled by rumors put afloat for speculative purposes. A great many extensive enterprises by joint stock companies had been begun, in the way of water ditches, to bring water from the head of the mountain streams down to the richer alluvial deposits, and nearly all of these companies became embarrassed or bankrupt. Foreign capital also, which had been attracted to California by reason of the high rates of interest, was being withdrawn, or was tied up in property which could not be sold. And although our banks having withstood the panic gave us great credit, still the community itself was shaken, and loans of money were risky in the extreme. A great many merchants of the highest name availed themselves of the extremely liberal bankrupt law to get discharged of their old debts, without sacrificing much, if any, of their stocks of goods on hand, except a lawyer's fee; thus realizing Martin Burke's saying that many a clever fellow had been ruined by paying his debts. The merchants and business men of San Francisco did not intend to be ruined by such a course. I raised the rate of exchange from 3 to 3½, while others kept on at the old rate, and I labored hard to collect old debts, and strove, in making new loans, to be on the safe side. The State and city both denied much of their public debt, in fact repudiated it, and real estate, which the year before had been first-class security, became utterly unsaleable. The office labor and confinement, and the anxiety attending the business, aggravated my asthma to such an extent that at times it deprived me of sleep and threatened to become chronic and serious; and I was also conscious that the first and original cause which had induced Mr. Lucas to establish the bank in California had ceased. I so reported to him, and that I really believed that he could use his money more safely and to better advantage in St. Louis. This met his prompt approval, and he instructed me gradually to draw out, preparatory to a removal to New York City. Accordingly, early in April, 1857, I published an advertisement in the San Francisco papers, notifying our customers that on the first day of May we would discontinue business and remove East, requiring all to withdraw their accounts, and declaring that, if any remained on that day of May, their balances would be transferred to the banking house of Parrott & Company. Punctually to the day this was done, and the business of Lucas, Turner & Company of San Francisco was discontinued, except the more difficult and disagreeable part of collecting their own moneys and selling the real estate to which the firm had succeeded by purchase or foreclosure. One of the partners, B.R. Nisbet, assisted by our attorney, S.M. Bowman, Esquire, remained behind to close up the business of the bank. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. End of Sherman's Recollections of California, 1846, 1848, 1855, 1857, from his Memoirs by William Tecumseh Sherman.